I don't like you.
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out. Combo move. This is what they've been doing. Hey, McAfee.
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick.
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade JJ Williams. Hi guys. Hi guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Hangman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when, what's his name, did his promo Monday. He said, I'm from a prestige university. I said he majored in Steiner, man.
We've got the Heb Man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of fucking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where as fans we do have these desires of what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rapid whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan, and with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining Chase U was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like.
They got some of the intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just think how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name, so he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday.
If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James was talking about.
So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back once again to the weekly moderated conversation of wrestling madness. That is the Saturday Shenanigans. I am once again your impromptu moderator for this evening, the simple man of the super brand, the voice of the for good for all things professional wrestling, damn it, and my name is Noel Foster. Hello once again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Saturday Shenanigans, for I am never alone, as I have a wonderful trio for you tonight on this panel. First and foremost, she's yours, she's mine, she's our Canadian friend, Ash. Hello,
Hi.
Ash, how are you?
I'm good. I woke up from a nap and I'm still kind of feeling exhausted.
I live exhausted, but somehow I keep going, and I do more here than I think I should do. But apparently, lead by example, take the workload when you can, and just go along with it. So it is what it is. But it's always good to see and hear from you. Appreciate you being here. And first and foremost, someone that's just as reliable, but always welcoming and comical. It is, of course, my color cohort and most fans wrestling in Mr. Reliable, Mr. 24/7, 365, work multiple jobs all the time, day and night. Walter Cruz, Avatar Man, as you see him. Walter, speak if you can hear me. How are you?
I can hear you. I'm doing well. I'm just eating some tacos, so I went Avatar for now.
Tacos. Very good. I appreciate that. I had Vito pizza earlier, so everyone's eating, everyone's tired, everyone's speaking, and everyone's here for the Shenanigans. Charles, you want to join the fray? Just let us know, because as far as I'm concerned, especially when I'm moderating scenes more often than not, you're more than welcome to join in. And appreciate your support as well as we appreciate all of y'all's support as always. They are tuning in whether live or on demand, so please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. And if you want to,
The link is in the Twitter messages. Charles can get it from there, I think.
Yeah, you could just send it to, I have him as well. We'll send him if you want. So anyway, like I said, folks, please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. If you want to dictate the conversation, super chat, PayPal page is as simple as that. First and foremost, thank you everybody that tuned into our coverage, of course, of TNA Genesis. And thank you for those that also tuned in for our coverage, still going on, I believe, for GCW. Stay tuned, as there'll be more GCW coverage tomorrow, and we will be covering AEW Collision retro style, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow live, as we continue forward in this non-stop month of professional wrestling action, delight, and so much more. So without further ado, as I wait for Charles to come out of the manhole and join us on screen too, Ash, Walter, and Simply Predicting, Simply Live Studios community, Saturday Shenanigans enthusiasts, and more. Let's get right into it. I'll go ahead and put myself in the appropriate spot. So this is going to be a unique edition because sometimes we have a theme, sometimes we just have fun, sometimes we just talk about anything, wrestling. And then there are times you all piss me off. But there's been a lot of interesting stuff happening. You know what? Honest to God, y'all wouldn't have it any other way, right? Because when I'm upset, y'all are freaking entertained, aren't you? Aren't you, Charles?
What?
The laughter speaks volumes. Anyway, hello, Charles. Good to see you.
Okay. Doing fine.
All right, fair enough. So tonight, folks, we're actually going to start off and focus more so on signings, not companies, but signings, as this week has been busy with people being signed to, let's just call it what it is, the big three. We've had people from CMLL, we've had independents, we've had AEW to WWE, we've had TNA to AEW, we had NXT to TNA, and so much more. So we're going to go ahead and look at those that were picked up, where they are, and what we think is to come for them, not for the company that they're in. We're going to start off first and foremost with the first signings we learned about. That, of course, came from CMLL, the oldest Lucha Libre promotion in Mexico. And, of course, we're going to talk about Master of the Ropes,
Mascara Dorada. Mascara Dorada, of course, who broke out on our screens last year. Ash, you know this very well, of course, as we watched him at AEW All Out in what Walter called his match of the night as he took on Ren Megatsuchiko Okada and as well as Fucking Takeshita. Not to mention, he competed also in the Continental Classic and has challenged Bandito for the Ring of Honor World Championship. This current CMLL World Trios Champions and former CMLL World Welterweight Champion is now officially All Elite. When you think about the Lucha Libre background of this luchador and the Lucha Libre background we see where he is at, I think it's going to offer quite a lot to what he can bring us in and out of AEW, ROH, and might I add, folks, he's double contracted still to CMLL. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Mascara Dorada and what we think the future will bring for him. I will start with you, Ash, on this one. What do you think about Mascara Dorada future now that he's officially All Elite?
To me, he's another body that's going to be good for like their mid-card division. So possible TNT title contention, maybe international, national. Who knows? Maybe you might see him more in Ring of Honor as well because he's been working down there as well.
Very well.
I mean, he would do well in the pure division.
Pure division. That's an interesting take, considering Lee Moyane Taga style just defended against Zula once again from CMLL at CMLL this time. All right, fair take. Charles, what do you think about Mascara Dorada's future now in AEW? Do you echo the sentiments of Ash, or do you see maybe a different aspect that could be awaiting him?
Yeah, Ash just took the words right out of my mouth.
That happens here sometimes. Walter, my Lucha Libre expert to a degree, what do you think about Mascara Dorada's future in and out of AEW and ROH and still at CMLL? What do you think it brings?
It brings a lot of eyes to CMLL, and I think it'll make a great addition to the ROH roster.
I heard that, yeah. ROH roster.
Against Bandito, that is going to be a hell of a match. I really see it coming. That might be the early onset match of the year. I really see it coming.
Wow, damn, put a precipice on Ring of Honor that hasn't had a pay-per-view yet. And again, folks, we'll talk more about Ring of Honor later on when I give you a bit of a special announcement outlook towards what we have in store with Honor and more, because I'm very excited right now so far what we're covering this calendar year. I said we're going to cover more wrestling than before, right? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, for me, I look at Mascara Dorada, and again, previous challenge for our World Championship. We've seen, of course, Grand Slam Mexico down, of course, in partner with AEW and CMLL. But I also look at who else could I see him in the ring? Could it lead to him being part of a tag team? Could it be a Lucha Libre trios on the horizon? Bandito, Commander, or Mascara Dorada? Hologram in some capacity with Commander and Mascara Dorada. There's definitely certain aspects when it comes to him being a tag specialist or trio specialist, and I think the pure title is a very interesting take because I don't know how technically sound he can be against Lee Moriarty, who is not a high flyer by any capacity. So that's an interesting class of style. So I like that a lot. But either way, I definitely see him being quite a main focal point in certain division dynamics in both Lucha Libre, CMLL, and AEW and ROH. So again, I'm very happy for him. Moving on from there, we also got another signing from CMLL in the Black Widow. I am, of course, talking about Persephone. Persephone, who won the CMLL Grand Prix last year, finishing out against Thekla, by the way, in a match that went about 4 hours. We've also seen Persephone previously challenge Tina for the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. We saw her last year, January 5th, at Wrestle Dynasty in that International Women's Cup. Still a very young athlete, of course, in her CMLL challenger for the CMLL World Women's Championship against Mercedes Moné, and now she's officially All Elite. With the fact that we got such an in-depth, dynamic, evolved roster of incredible women in AEW and ROH, and again, double contracted, so she still will be involved, of course, down in CMLL. Let's go ahead and look at not necessarily the title, but the outlook of opponents you're going to see for her, because Persephone is no joke. Bad bitch, bad attitude. So others, I don't know. Sounds like that's one of Walter's mamacitas.
I can't wait till Priscilla Kelly and Megan Bayne fight on AEW, dude. That shit is going to be nuts.
Okay, that's a little bit different take, but I'm curious what you mean by that. But I guess we'll learn more about that on Collision for hashtag spoiler free.
No, they're gonna end up fighting. And just imagine when Priscilla Kelly, I guarantee she's gonna be one of the Owen Hart tournament women that they've involved in there.
You know, that's a good idea, actually, because I was just thinking about that as well. We know AEW is a land of traditional tournaments, and the most traditional tournament for the women is the Owen. Persephone involved in the Owen Hart Foundation tournament. Well, I think Bret the Hitman Hart definitely has experience with luchadors, and I think he also was involved in Mexico to a degree, so I like that a little bit. Ash, what do you think about the Black Widow Persephone now, part of AEW, ROH, and also with CMLL? What do you see for her? Who you want to see go up against her?
Ooh. Who was because the last time I saw her, she challenged Cena at Final Battle, and that was really good. I would love to see her go after all the powerhouses like Willow, Statlander, Megan Bayne. Who else is like? There's a lot of big strong women. Queen Aminata when she comes back from her injury.
Lita Cross, who was elite. Apparently, bad dude with tattoos, Carly Bravo. He's a player with another super tall, badass athlete. Apparently now part of the Ring of Honor roster. Only Khan knows how to book the Giants. That's for sure.
Yeah, it may take Priscilla Kelly coming from CMLL to finally put an end to Athena's reign too. You never know.
That's a shout, yeah.
That's a fair shout. I mean, again, how long truly is forever? Stop it. Stop it. You stop it. I saw it on Independence. I need it in AEW, but you stop it. Okay. Fair shout, Ash. Charles, what do you think of Persephone now all elite? I mean, again, we saw her also was involved in that fatal four-way at Forbidden Door against Mercedes Moné, Bosa, and Oz Windsor. So what do you want to see for Persephone now that she's in AEW? What does the future hold for her?
Her versus Megan Bayne. Hey, Dave, I'll take that.
Oh, good Lord. We're trying to kill her.
Hey, that was freaking great. That.
I mean, Persephone, again, she doesn't necessarily speak, but I mean, again, yes, I mean, she definitely knows how to deliver in the ring, especially a fierce boot. Jesus.
Exactly. That'll be fun to watch.
I mean, again, in Persephone, I like badass bitches that could wrestle in the ring. Anyway, if you haven't figured out by now on a global scale. All right, fair enough. And for me, I mean, again, you took Megan Bayne away from me. Yes, two silent women that more action speaks for themselves. Also very tall and statuesque. Chris Statlander and Persephone be an interesting exhibition. Adds more depth to women's roster because, again, Chris Statlander is where it's at, damn it. But shoot, she knows this roster inside out. Add some new blood, and I'm for it. What?
Death Riders have Maria Shafir. They got all these women. What if, I hope this don't happen, but what if Don Callis family gets Priscilla Kelly to join them, and then she's like, her and Andrade backing each other up? It'll be like the Moxley Shafir dynamic. It'll be nuts.
I never thought about Andrade and Persephone in the same sentence, and now I'm strangely intrigued by that. Okay, I mean, to be fair, you're right. There is no female representation in the Don Callis family, so they have no way to go after the women's championships. So that's a fair shout, actually. And I do think the Don Callis family needs a different dynamic in gender if they're going to try and take all the gold in AEW. And Lord knows they have all the Lucha Libre they have in El Clone. And the other name I will now mention, he's officially all elite 2, double con CML, Hechicero. Hechicero is now officially all elite. He got the graphics, so I'm definitely going to start with Ash on this one since he is a bloody wizard of techers. So, Ash, take it away. What does the future hold officially now for the all elite Hechicero?
Now that person's tailor-made for the pure title down in ROH and possibly for the TNT title too.
Oh, okay.
Because we're going to be seeing a lot more of them in Dynamite.
Well, we did, yeah, and again, we already saw him challenge Mark Briscoe on Collision for the TNT championship. Doesn't mean he can't go back after him. So I definitely like those first two takes. Well said. Charles, what do you think about Hechicero, who's been a heavy player in AEW and ROH, but now is officially all elite? So what do you think the future going to hold for him? More singles gold pursuits? Could become a tag team, possibly with El Clone, or does he and Alexander maybe go after gold once again? What do you think? Okay, well, he's having technical difficulties, so we will move on from there. Walter, Hechicero's officially all elite. What do you think the future holds for him?
More bangers against Bandito, more bangers against anybody. It's sorcery at its finest. He cocked up some kind of spell and got signed. With all these lucha, AEW has enough belts already. I'm trying to get into Tony's head. Is he reaching out for like a cruiserweight division almost? Like he's signing all these luchadores. Is he creating a new title or something like that? There's something going on.
You know, that's a fair shout when you think about, again, what you got an monopoly and maybe another monopoly. Both AEW and WWE are becoming a little bit overinflated on the point of you wonder which one's going to pop first. The one with the biggest wallet or the one with the biggest scope of professional wrestling when it comes to what professional wrestling is demonstrated to be in the ring. Just saying. Again, two different outlooks, two different worlds. But one family, shout out to Genesis, Tarzan, Phil Collins, of course, who stopped playing drums because, of course, these are all families of our love of professional wrestling.
Yeah. If you're going to do it, instead of being cruiserweight and traditional like that, name it El Título de la Lucha. Like, have a Spanish title and have all these Mexican divisions going after it and increase your Latin presence. That way, when you go to Mexico and AEW does it, you have a cult, almost like a cult following. El Título de la Lucha, it's going to be hard for a lot of people to say that or the Latin Championship or something you're going to have to do. Don't go the traditional cruiser because that's just associated with it. To do something new and creative.
Well, on that aspect, before I move on, Ash, what do you think about that idea?
It'd be nice if it could work. Although you get the complaints about there's like oh, cool, AEW has like another title. That's what they need, more titles. But I see where you're going with that because that's a good way to like, how is it like for the partnership between CMLL and AEW? Because we've seen a lot recently in CMLL. A lot of AEW wrestlers have been integrated in CMLL, kind of like how a lot of the WWE stars have been integrated in AAA, and it could work. So that way you can get more crossover from both brands. Yeah. And so that way the AEW wrestlers aren't having to hold CMLL titles because there's like an AEW CMLL title everyone can go wrestle, like as like a joint partnership.
Yeah, and then you do that, and you can do one of your Forbidden Doors in Mexico. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Ooh,
that's a good shout.
Actually, I like that a lot. Okay, I like this thinking here of a Forbidden Door in Mexico now. Because we've seen Grand Slam Mexico, so why not? And we've seen Forbidden Door outside America in Canada, We've seen it in London, so why not Mexico? I like that a lot. That's a fair shout. Okay, fair enough. Charles, if you're there, go ahead and speak if you want on Hechicero and what you think awaits him now that he's officially all elite.
Everything that Walter said.
You lazy. Everything that
Walter keeps taking. Look, Ash and Walter keeps taking the words out of my mouth. What do you want me to do?
Okay, fair enough. Well, at least you're honest. And hello, Matt. Good to see you. But there it is, folks. Just so again, you can see it. They are officially now double contracted to CMLL and All Elite Wrestling. Congratulations to Mascara Dorada, Persephone, and Hechicero. Okay.
Don't have visa issues.
What you saying, Walter?
Just don't have visa issues now with this double contract because you want to borrow one for some other thing.
That's a whole nother rant that would just grind my gears, and I'm not trying to do that tonight, but thank you for that take. Okay, well, moving on from CMLL, and who, of course, went from there to here, even though the double contracted, let's talk about a shift in Powerhouse. As it seems, Powerhouse Hobbs has officially, so it seems, have not seen a press release. Again, folks, please keep in mind, if they don't have official press releases, everything is officially rumor. Rumor is what you see and what you believe and what you report. As again, seen is believing. Currently endorsed by the Simple Reliable Studios and the Superman's brand. Thank you. That being said, Let's talk about Powerhouse Hobbs going to WWE. It does seem like officially right now he's a free agent, all right? At the time of recording. Again, folks, stay tuned for our retro watch along of AEW Collision. Again, we remain #Spoiler3. That'll be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with me, Walter, and as you see, is available, of course. And anyone else that wants to join the fray, because I'm not going to lie, the maximum panel carnage that I had to deal with on Wednesday was actually a lot of fun, but you all did draw me up a wall. That being said, Powerhouse Hobbs, it does seem like WWE's trying to put a focus on, how do I put this eloquently? Black power. They also, of course, just did a tryout in Orlando, I believe, focusing on big, powerful, darker colored gentlemen. We, of course, saw the unstoppable ruler of NXT, Obafemi, and his run when he broke out, of course, as NXT North American champion and went on to become the virtually unstoppable NXT champion, winning for the second time, but vacating it Asuka style as we now wait to see what happens to him on the main roster and if it becomes immortal like Asuka. Sorry, Walter. That being said, do we see a similar journey in Powerhouse Hobbs? Will he evolve? Will he go straight into NXT? Or will they thrust him as an extra on the main roster, but being a big, powerful, meaty man, do we see a more effective booking as a singles competitor? What do we think? Walter, I'll start with you. Powerhouse Hobbs and WWE, what do you think?
I honestly think he's going to be revealed as the new person that's part of the system. I think he's going to replace JDC. I think it's going to be TNA that he signs to. And that's a backdoor way into WWE later. I really think they're going to test the waters, see how he does, and then they can take him from TNA. I almost feel like the contracts aren't different. Once you sign to one, you could be on both. And then he could find his way to NXT and find his way to WWE. I really think that he's going to be that new system member.
All right, fair tangent. As we again do wonder about, again, is TNA becoming a singularity or are they still the alternative? Again, stay tuned for a little bit of a recap of TNA Genesis, where right now it's 50-50, but it still was a pretty darn good pay-per-view. Would I say it was more 40? Peak 30. That being said, okay, and shout out to City by the Bay. Thank you again for tuning in. Between JDC and Eddie Edwards, the Knockouts World Championship and Zarya, between the main event and the triple threat exhibition, I'm kind of torn with all four, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. Again, you all can go watch along with our call tonight, but again, the show, it was interesting, and it did feel like to me what TNA represented in, well, their longevity of being the alternative, but also total nonstop action. Everything else, probably forgettable. So that's my take. Thank you again for tuning in. And apparently, spoiler alert for football fans, the Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl. So there you go. And yes, folks, stay tuned for me and Mikey. The only time I acknowledge sports as me and him cover Super Bowl 60.
Have fun, no.
I'm just going to be the guy that just yells flag when I have to, all right? I don't know an iota about football, but apparently I know enough to be a color analyst. What the hell am I becoming? That being said, that's not here nor there. It's professional wrestling. Thank you, by the way, City by the Bay. Ash, what do you think about that aspect that Walter put out that maybe he doesn't go to WWE, but he goes to, how do I put this politely? An affiliate of WWE, if we're going to call it that, TNA. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good show. Like, that way it gets Powerhouse Hobbs familiar with the WWE audience without having directly be part of WWE, and it also makes him skip through NXT because I don't think he needs NXT, because if he's not quite main roster ready, but he's still signed, because as much as people want to believe, yes, TNA, it's its own company. It's not owned by WWE. They're just in partnerships.
Correct. As of right now.
Yeah. It's really wishy-washy, whatnot, but yeah. So they have that partnership. I can say, yeah, that could possibly work. Like, have Power Hops work in TNA, get familiar with their style, because a lot of the TNA wrestlers also work similar to the WWE style, even though they're two completely different companies. But yeah, that could work. Because I don't see Powerhouse Hobbs going down to NXT. He's probably going to skip straight to the main roster like Jade Cargill did. And I think I'm trying to figure out like I don't think if he is going to skip to the main roster, I think he's going to go head down to SmackDown because Raw is way too stacked right now.
Yeah, true. And they don't know what to do with their talent there either. SmackDown actually seems to have some sort of flow. And to your point, SmackDown's 3 hours. They need the depth. Yeah, I know what I mean. JF2 and Powerhouse Hobbs. Oh, shit.
Oh, my God. Gunther and Powerhouse Hobbs. Woo!
Yeah, that's a fair shout. Cody and Powerhouse Hobbs. They can run that back. Ilya and Powerhouse Hobbs.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the man doesn't need to speak. He just got a wreck shop.
Oh, wait. Powerhouse Hobbs with Heyman as a mouthpiece, he won't need to talk.
Well, it would be a nice change up for the revision.
Mm-hmm.
Revision 3.0? Or is it 4.0? I lost count. Am I wrong? I'm just saying. Jeff Cobb versus Powerhouse Hobbs. Or sorry, Jason Mateo.
That's going to slap.
Meat. All the meat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, WWE might actually have a meat division. Maybe. Possibly. Powerhouse Hobbs and Obafemi.
Oh, that's a good shout. Powerhouse Hobbs going possibly like going for the U.S. title. That could be pretty sweet if he does get called up right away.
What happens when a fly hits a brick wall?
Exactly.
Fair enough. Charles, any further blank versus blank that you want to add? Do you think he goes straight to the main roster? Does he need to speak? Should he be a silent killer? Is he going to be rendered like a Big E for the most part before we see personality? Because remember, Big E was a big meaty man, didn't speak, he was an enforcer, and then we saw his personality and the rest is history. What do you think, Charles?
One, I probably might be the only person that will say that I expect him in NXT because I'm going to be honest. The men's main event title scene kind of needs a lot of making more names right now.
That's also a fair shout.
Let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. Yeah. That's probably going to change, but you need a lot of big challengers. Powerhouse Hobbs in there. And also Blake Moreau's in NXT. Even Page. It's like, there have been exceptions, but like Jade and obviously Cody, and Penta and Ray Phoenix, but don't ain't afraid to send people down to coming over to NXT.
Yeah,
and also they're probably would want Powerhouse Hobbs to speak, so that's probably why they might exactly. So that's probably why I expect him in NXT. Help with the men's title, the world title scene, and get him probably won't expect to be on the main roster until like a year later.
Yeah,
if you really want to make him a big deal, leave one of the ladder match rosters spots open.
Exactly. There you go.
That's a good shout. Former face of the Revolution. He could be a surprise entrant, actually. That's a good shout. And also, he and Ricky Saints could be new history because Jasper Troy is nothing but a speed champion. Here, I thought he was going to wreck shop. Congratulations, LFG Season 1 winner. Anyway, that's a fair shout. I like that a lot. Anyway, Charles, are you done, brother?
Yeah, I am.
All right. Well, fair enough. Well, I do think that we believe that either way, we are going to see a freaking, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit tired because, again, we just got done calling a freaking semi-decent pay-per-view. I'll just call it what it is, semi-decent pay-per-view. But, yeah, I think Powerhouse Hobbs, big, meaty men. I know Vince was all about the big, meaty men more than anything else, but I do think that Paul Levesque and regime are trying to push a different aspect of power in WWE. And hopefully it's not for political reasons. You know what I mean? That being said, all the best to Powerhouse Hobbs. And if the Book of Hobbs will have a new chapter longer than the Book of Pain, maybe it'll be, encouraged by Mark Henry. Who knows? But speaking of power, when the man in the suit speaks, y'all know to shut up. When this woman speaks, the suit, I respect. I like the fact she told Santino, David Greca, and the other people to shut up and get to the wrestling because there's a new phase of authority in TNA. And her name is Daria Ray. Daria Ray is now the suit. Assistant authority figure, if you will, for the Director of Authority, Santino Marella, in TNA Wrestling, running the day-to-day operations. So what do we expect with this female powerhouse back in the near proverbial full-on hot seat? To put in perspective, folks, Daria Ray, she was once an analyst for the all-women's MMA promotion in Fit FC. She was once an assistant to the general manager of Monday Night Raw, of course, Adam Pearce at one time, former MMA combat athlete, former tag team partner to one Mandy Rose, known as Mandy Sachs. They also have their own donut shop. And we all remember her in WWE as Sonya Deville. Not looking to square up, but suit up and put TNA back on the map and restore some law and order. Damn it. And that being said, she's already ordered one official piece of business, signing somebody else we are going to talk about following her. That being said, let's talk about Daria Ray, in charge, mostly, of day-to-day operations of TNA. Walter, what do you think about this suit being back on the hot seat of authority?
It was shocking, to say the least. Like, she didn't even cross my mind, especially she has like a podcast she's doing, and it seems to be very popular.
Right.
And she was the last thought on my mind, but you know what? She's been an authority figure before, and it suits her. And go figure, after Ariana Grace turned on Santino, that maybe a woman takes his job from him. Right now, she's going to be an assistant, but you think she'll want to stay an assistant for long? She's power hungry. You know how she is.
Of course. I mean, power goes to a person's head sometimes. There's not many people that are humble with their power, use it for good. Because when you have that power, you abuse it, but you also control it. Sometimes abusing power, though, is the only way you get ahead in life. Not that I'm saying I would do anything like that. Anyway, continue.
That is true.
I didn't say anything.
But yeah, but no, it's nice. And then it was using her as a way to introduce the other one we'll talk about. So, like, it was a good way to do that because it already showed that she's worth the position because she already signed somebody. So, I like it.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't go on her own power trip to make the champions 100% her control and her dictatorship, we don't need people of authority ruling wrestlers versus the wrestlers just being made what's official and dictating their storylines and their progress. I don't need to see another Eric Bischoff. That being said, or Karen Jarrett. Anyway, that being said, Ash, what do you think about Daria Ray as an authority figure in TNA, a badass bitch in charge? Mostly.
It's nice seeing her, because she's been in this role before, and it, no pun intended, it suits her. She does really good as an authority figure. I can see this like going down somewhere down the road that they're probably going to like have a power struggle where she actually going to becomes like the official new GM, and then Santino Marella is trying to find ways to get his power back. Because I can see it going, because it's a classic wrestling trope, but if done well, it could play out very nicely.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, for me, again, I'm all about people of authority that know how to command respect and power, and sometimes you need that authority figure. But then again, there's nothing more dangerous in this life than a freaking business woman. So that being said, and probably the most dynamic suit collection not named Steve Harvey. I'm actually very happy for her, and I look forward to this. You think about what Gail Kim did, leading the Knockouts division to the brightest flourish ever, might I add, a trailblazer, a standard. I definitely see her leaving her impact on the women's division, if nothing else, of TNA wrestling, and keeping it in-house. Also bringing forward what this company is about, action. Maybe we might lose some smiles and a family attitude, but hey, taking yourself more seriously might move you forward, actually, in a way in this business. I also could see her definitely having a bit more control and also encouraging Santino Marella to know when to add professional versus personal. One of the matches tonight, in my opinion, felt more like a personal punishment versus, hiring them because they're a champion out of respect, even if they're a freaking person from the damn Fed. But yeah, I'm very optimistic for Daria Ray. I definitely see her bringing in more talent. I can see her booking maybe something that brings up the TNA Knockouts World Championship. And we also might get some unique first ideas for her for match stipulations for the Knockouts division. Then again, she also might dictate a man's world too if we're not careful.
I'm slowly affecting everybody because now freaking Ash just made a pun.
Yes, I know.
I would like it. You know what? Use her as an authority to say that like Santino and TNA has been too weak and she's tired of seeing NXT having the titles, and maybe have her place a ban on people crossing over for a little bit. Like, you can run that into a story or something.
hey, you know what? If it means NXT stays away from TNA, I actually would be for that. So far, when Daria told Santino, Dave LaGreca, Tommy Dreamer, and Gia Miller to shut up and let's just get to the freaking wrestling match, I'm for it. That was one of my favorite things she's done. So, hey, this woman is about moving the business forward. Let's talk more wrestling. I'm game. But also, that being said, she did talk about immediately how Santino, brought smiles to everybody. But that shit stops now. Time to get serious. If your head's not in the right space, I have no problem making sure to put this place in line and make TNA must see, even though AMC fucking sucks. Anyway, hey, I like this bitch in charge. All right, Charles, what do you want to add to the conversation of Daria Ray? What do you see her doing with TNA?
One, I like it. Gotta respect it. You will admit, I was not prepared to see her at all.
Right.
But I will say this point. But also, it's kind of funny how, she's in power. Yeah, no one's gonna bring up eventually. She also worked for the same company that NXT is invading from.
Yes, I'm well aware. But also, there's also.
I'm surprised someone hasn't brought that up yet.
Well, I was also going to add this.
Storyline
or not, what happens when Daria Ray and Ava go face to face? Trying to keep this partnership mutual in good terms.
We didn't get a draft this year. You could propose it's a band. You either stay on one brand or the other. Then she says, talk to Ava, we're going to do trades to freshen up the roster. And then they have to stay on that roster for a little bit. And it's all a story because the relationship is still there, but you could do a story like that. And then you'll see some people from NXT that aren't being used in NXT start getting used more in TNA. And people that aren't being used in TNA that want to become bigger names, you use them in NXT. And you freshen up the women's division of both rosters doing something like that.
Also, you could apply this to the men's roster, too.
Well, you did talk about how NXT's got dual squat. What you were saying, Ash?
I was about to say, that's a good idea. Like that could help both partnerships with the talent exchange. Like we'll have, so if you're not using this person, we'll have them appear on our roster for X amount of time in exchange for this person appearing on your screen for X amount of time.
I wonder if she would actually push Tessa Blanchard to the TNA Knockouts World Championship. Oh God.
I mean, possibly.
I know what you're saying, Charles. I just want her because I want her to focus on the women because it's like she's going to stand for that. That's all I mean. Story. So instead of doing it with both men and women, I think she should just focus it on the women like that.
Well, to be fair, she was also the one that added Nick DeMeo to be the referee for the main event.
That's very true as well. So again,
so she's afraid
on one gender.
Exactly. She isn't afraid to involve with the men's side too. That's what I'm saying about the trade.
People don't like her and cross her, and out of spite, she trades them. Like you could create a lot of like different stories like that. It would be very intriguing.
Right. Well, I mean, if nothing else, it definitely, see what suit she wears, if nothing else, and what sort of business she handles might be the only thing that might leave me wanting highlights from TNA Wrestling on TNA Plus, because this person right here, back in a position of authority to a degree, makes TNA a very, very interesting. And speaking of business and making things interesting, from Cora Jade and NXT, back once again from the grave, let's welcome back, officially now a signed knockout, Atlanta Black. Atlanta Black is back and officially signed to TNA Wrestling. A person, of course, I think one of the very first people to cross the line, if I remember correctly, who previously challenged for the TNA Knockouts World Championship against Masha Slamovich, got smashed. But of course, spoiler alerts for TNA Jazz will come later. We did see her confront the TNA Knockouts World Champion from the ramp, just making sure she's aware, from the entranceway. So it might be a sign of things to come as she looks to become the knockout. Hello, Andy Hartwell. You remember that pursuit? That being said, what do you think's next for Atlanta Black now that she's officially here to leave an impact as a TNA knockout? And considering Atlanta Black signed her, you know that Daria Ray, Daria Ray's going to be heavily, I think, focused on what's next for her. We know we're going to hear from her this week, and I'm sure she's got a lot to say. Charles, I'll start with you. What do you think about the fact that TNA has the former Cora Jade, Atlanta Black?
First of all, at least it's good to see she's doing well after that, taking a break at all too, as in the wrestling business last year. But also, I will admit, I was not expecting her to sign with TNA of all places. I was just being honest.
Fair enough.
And also makes it very weird knowing TNA's partnership with NXT. Just saying.
By the way, somebody clip what I said, because I swear to God, if they steal that after they stole my Cena tournament thing, then I'm sending cease and desist to WWE.
Walter, I'm just saying this as a friend here. You're not gonna win that if you were to do that.
This is 100. This is 100% accurate. I'm just.
You
saying.
would not win that at all, dude. I'm just saying.
He's being honest here, bro. You're a losing battle.
Literally, that's like a 0.0.
At least admit that you watch us, damn it. Because you've been thinking.
I know. I agree with you. Trust me. There's been a lot. There's been a lot of things that happened. They've been going. Wait. Freaking Walter said shit. The Cena term, like, oh yeah, Walter said that on one occasion.
Yeah, if it ain't me, it's JJ. If it ain't JJ, it's me. It's like, sheesh.
I remember the yelling. I remember the yelling. I told you. I remember the yelling. I told you. Anyway,
but Max, I was saying here.
Continue,
but point here, a hand before Walter goes on the season. This is here. Oh man. But why? Not wrong. But back to this here. It's good to see. As far as she going after knockouts title, I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I definitely don't see her going after the Knockouts Tag Team Championships. That is long behind.
I was gonna say we have to worry about who she teams up with first before we even have that discussion.
Yeah, you just hit them with a fake skateboard prop and see if it actually leads to something.
I think that's a long gone.
Yeah, about to say, how well did that work for her? Just saying. She became a bully and got nothing from it. Nothing. That being said.
Well, doesn't help that, injuries doesn't help either.
True that.
Let's just be honest here.
Well, I personally hope that Elena Black is good mentally and physically for this new run in her career for the first time in TNA wrestling. That's all I gotta say about that. Has, what do you think about Elena Black, part of the Impact Knockouts roster, now officially a knockout? What sort of impact do you see ahead for her?
It's nice seeing her back in wrestling because that's one of her passions, and her end goal has always been WWE. Like one of my friends, he's actually friends with her, so he's mentioned like how he's like really happy how she's there, and they used to play Grand Theft Auto together, and they would mention like how her main goal, her end game for her was WWE, nowhere else. That was her end goal, and maybe her run in TNA hopefully turns out a lot better than her run in NXT, and hopefully she remains healthy because much like Charles said, she got injured quite a bit, so. As long as she stays healthy and like both physically and mentally as well, and this run goes smoothly for her, she might make her way back in NXT. But for now, I look forward to what she does in TNA, and who knows, maybe she could become Knockouts champion if it all goes well for her. Because that's all you want out of the wrestlers. You just want them to do well in a new environment, and sometimes this. Even though it's not really a new environment for her, but maybe like backstage and the morale of the place.
The morale was what almost killed her, by the way, as she spoke verbatim on Denise Salcedo's podcast, and she's not the only one. This is the definition of WWE is not the end-all, be-all, and your dream of that company can become a nightmare for you in your wrestling career. Continue, though.
So hopefully this works out much better for her, and if it goes well for her, we might see her back in NXT. That is, if she wants to go back to NXT. And if not, if she stays in TNA, all power to her. Because there's a lot of good women who just stayed in TNA who did well for themselves. Like, for example, Angelina Love. She was there. I'm trying to think of other people who were in TNA and stayed in TNA and had a very successful career. ODB is one of them.
Mickey James.
Velvet Sky.
Yeah.
Tara, my fave.
Tara left WWE to go there.
I was trying to thinking of more people who were just
Straight up
TNA
TNA.
exclusive who had like solid careers in TNA.
Oh, okay,
But that's why I said Velvet Sky and
Taylor Wilde.
it's-
She's talking about the original class. Awesome Khan and Gail Kim defined the Knockouts division. Along
Taylor
with Tracy
Wilde's
Brooks.
another person.
What?
Taylor Wilde.
Yeah. Canada, eh? And of course, I remember her run-in with Daphne. God rest her soul.
Well, that's a good show too. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I don't think Daphne was ever in WWE, and she had a lovely career in TNA as well. So
she was a WCW only. Daphne was.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right. Like I said, you don't need WWE to have a successful career in professional wrestling.
Yeah, exactly. People like make fun of TNA all the time, but no, if you're a woman's wrestler and you don't want to work WWE, and TNA is a good place for you as well because there's like a lot of, and
So
maybe
far-
this might be the perfect fit for her because if she doesn't want to go back to WWE, TNA's women's division has been solid since 2007. So hopefully it just works out well for her.
Yeah, and to Jay's point, yes, JJ, I understand that now. And yeah, but bottom line, Mickey, Tara, Gail, Winter, we're all better off in TNA than WWE. This woman is an example of them that went there first and is now here. Let's see what she becomes. Because as far as I'm concerned, Fed versus TNA, it's TNA all the way, even if the Fed right now is invading it. But again, like I said, tonight, Zarya, go figure. She was in TNA. It was the best she was showcased since being part of WWE.
All I care about Elena Black is that she's okay mentally. That's what I care about.
Exactly. At the end of the day, I'm always going to be dis-fed, and I'm going to be TNA faithful. That's just the simple man and the live professional wrestling fan I am. But
For
I
now.
support the wrestlers versus the company in this business, industry, lifestyle, passion, period. And that's all
Exactly,
you
like
know
I
about me.
always say on Twitter, be a fan of the wrestler, not the brand.
Damn right. Although you could pray that brands get better. The Fed, questionable. TNA, debatable. AEW, hopeful. Go from there. Charles, I did see you again. What you guys say?
One, when you were saying all that, Noah, for now, I'm saying that with you.
I mean, look, TV,
No, after how you were on Thursday and then tonight, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, my dude.
Like I said, 50-50 right now. But like I said, there is still some stuff here that proved to me why I'm still TNA faithful. Faithfulness
That's why I
is
said for now.
always a test. It's not
And also,
lost
will
yet.
say, man, I'll go on the whole tangent when we talk about Jets, but like, damn, Indy Arvo definitely got left out of the knockout side of the picture, it seems like.
I'm about to say the countdown. You wonder what the heck that kerfuffle was all about, but that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of a little bit annoyed at that. I won't lie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all talk about that and what grinds our gears about that soon enough. And Walter will also tell us his new tagline. We'll do that later. That being
The
said,
newsroom.
That being said, does anyone else have anything else to say about Elena Black before we move on?
All the best to her.
And pretty much enjoy the run.
That's her because she, like you said, what happened in Genesis? She immediately looked like she's going after the knockouts title. So
She's got her eyes set.
Oh, sure.
She's got her eyes set, and she wants to be the conversation that everyone talks about. I think she's off to a great start. That being said, speaking off to a great start in this business where the sky may not be the limit, but it's just a ceiling that's already surpassed. Jordan Oliver and Alec Price, Buster and the Brain, ladies and gentlemen, are officially all elite. As we saw at Limitless Wrestling, Maxwell Jacob Freeman, the first man, might I add, to defend the AEW Men's World Championship on the Independents, took it to Alex Price quite a bit. It was a hell of a match, by the way. Shout out to the GCW collective that did a watch along of that. As he announced afterwards, you guys ready for AEW? As of course, we talk about again, it is not about the company, but it is an opportunity. At the end of the day, TNA, AEW, WWE are the opportunities to reach the highest pedestal possible in a young wrestler's mindset when they look at those companies initially. And now these two young men who have already seen Ring of Honor, who have defied the tag team division all across the independent scene, including GCW the last calendar year, the Buster and the Brain are now all elite. After already being in the ring with the likes of Lee Johnson, Blake Christian, the Swirl, of course, we talked about. The Death Riders were John Moxley, seemed very interested based on what they did against Daryl Garcia and Wheeler Yuta. What do we think is next for the Buster and the Brain, Jordan Oliver and Alec Price, now that they are officially part of All Elite Wrestling? Do we see them, of course, still being involved here, of course, on the independents as well, where it seems AEW, like Megan Bain, like Billy Starks, heck, a lot of people, you talk about CMLL, GCW, Pro Wrestling Eve, Stardom, they really do let their talent really go in and out and all about with their partners. And that's some crazy shit. So let's go ahead and talk about what we believe is next for Jordan Oliver and Alec Price, particularly in AEW. And Charles, I already hear you rubbing your hands, so your mind must be brewing up something to say. So go ahead and speak first. I'm busting on the Brain. What do you think?
Oh, I got a lot to say. One, I am damn happy for this freaking tag team. That's number damn one. I might be using that word a lot intentionally. I love it.
Say, go for it.
It's so damn awesome seeing these two work getting signed to AEW. I've been following Joe, especially Jordan Oliver. I've been following his work for years. Watched his work during MOW with him and Byron Reed. It's Injustice. And just watching, and then when these two became a tag team, it was like, the sky's the limit. These two fit.
Right?
They literally do. Love the work at GCW. Love the work everywhere they done. It's like, they need. That was my train of thought now. That's how much excited I was. That's how much excited I was. Love it. But
continue. This is
yeah,
good.
Look, it's more entertaining than anything else in Crazyland.
Hey, this is accurate.
Actually, I don't know Crazyland, but I'm not going to Crazyland's a good idea. Anyway, don't mind me.
Yeah. Hindsight. Continue.
But for real, these guys are awesome. Great signing. See what they can do. So I imagine the matches already.
Start naming some.
Oh.
I already know the trajectory. So, yep, Charles, they're going to have crazy matches.
Oh, I know. They're probably going to have match against FTR. I love that. Ooh. Freaking the obvious one, the no-brainer one. Whether we like them or not, it don't really matter. Them versus the Young Bucks.
Yep. I can see that 110%.
It's just one day after you get so many opportunities. And the one thing, like I said, Jordan Oliver can do good on his own.
That's right.
So you got him get fit for the international title picture, the national title thing, the TNT title picture. It's like,
the hell you put him up against Okada?
Hey, that match would rule.
That'd be
and also him versus Takeshita.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I think everybody here will like that match.
The Alpha, literally not even 30 years old yet, against this bright young up and comer. That could be
either one of them. Right. Either one of them, quite frankly.
That's fair. That's fair, honestly.
All right. That's all I gotta say on that.
Fair enough. Well, either way, I see you're very excited about Busta and the Brain, so I
approve
all that comments. All right. Thank you for that, Charles. Let's go right up the totem pole. Ash, what do you think? Busta and the Brain, Jordan Oliver, Alec Price, former GCW tag team champions. Of course, our tag team on the year as courtesy of the Super Reliable Studios Awards. I first, of course, saw Jordan Oliver when he was, of course, part of Young, Dumb, and Broke back at Chaos Wrestling in 2018, right here in Toledo, Ohio. So I've always been a fan of this young, crazy fool. And seeing him and Alec Price, Young, Dumb, and Price, now, of course, Busta and the Brain, both in AEW, really brings a smile to my face because I look at this company and I do think about the UFO nature of its revolved tag team division. These two fit like a glove. But go ahead, Ash, your thoughts.
I'm looking forward to seeing them every week on Dynamite. They are a perfect fit for the AEW tag division. I love how this is not the only tag team we have in AEW, which is something I've been complaining about like for the past couple of years now, is the lack of depth in all the company's divisions, not just AEW, but WWE and hell, even New Japan as well.
Yeah.
And I love how they are part of AEW now, which is perfect. This is another tag team, so that way we can have like fresh, new, exciting matches going into not just like the weekly shows, but for pay-per-views as well. I want to see them in Ring of Honor as well, because Ring of Honor has a solid tag division, as we've seen, because they've been working down there too. You know what? Because of AEW and New Japan's partnership, these two would be fucking killer in the junior tag division.
Ooh, best of Super Juniors.
Yes.
Tag League. You're freaking Ichiban Sweet Boys versus the Buster and the Brain, who are the IWGP Tag Team Champions.
Right? Like, there's like so many tag opportunities for these boys, and I'm all for it. I can't wait for it. This is going to be so fun. I love it. This is what I love. More tag teams, a solid tag division. Like, it's about damn time AEW's tag division is revitalized, because AEW is the place for tag teams because they have a heavy tag team focus. And with like these two there, it's the opportunities are limitless.
I like what you did there. Bask in that glory. I mean, Top Flight or Sky Flight. I mean, you got combinations in there. Infantry in Ring of Honor, MXN Collection, Outrunners, the Hurt Syndicate, Jake Doyle, and freaking Martin Davis. Power and agility. Power versus agility. There's a dynamic for you. FTR, like you said, the tag team champions, the Bang Bang Gang, the Guns. Once Colton Gunn is returned back.
Any two of the conglomeration,
right?
Jay White and Robinson possibly as well, because those two work solid as a tag team.
I mean, hey, they took FTR to the hour-long limit and one of the best matches in collision history, by the way. 2 out of 3 falls that I still go back and watch to this day. And we're only talking about AEW and freaking ROH's tag teams. But yeah, as far as they go, they are going to do nothing but elevate tag team wrestling, especially across any company underneath the umbrella of AEW and partners. Walter, what are your thoughts about this? Then I saw your hand, Charles. We'll go to you because I know you still have more to say. And then we'll move on to the last one.
Yeah, I echo everything everyone's saying, and I can't wait when Bobby recovers and these two have to face the Hurt Syndicate. That is going to be nuts. Like, because they're going to be the golden standards to test them, and they're going to look good. And I'm going to say it now. By this time next year, they would have won the AEW tag titles. I really feel like FTR is losing the titles to Colt and Christian, and then Christian and Colt will lose it to them. I don't know if they're going to call themselves Buster in the Brain in AEW. Hopefully they get to keep that name. And then Christian and Colt are going to like shake their hands and put them over or something. By December of next year, of this year, I should say, they're going to have that title.
All right, fair enough. Either way, it sounds like we got tag gold on these two crazies before 2027, not by 2027, somewhere in and out of AEW. As of course, they already have tag team gold. For those that don't know, they're currently the GCW and Excite tag team champions. Charles, I did see your hand. What you got to say real quick before we move on?
Well, yeah. And also the YDMP, they can use that. So.
True, original name.
And also, yeah, pretty much. But also, like I said, I knew Joe and Oliver was that damn good. The one match I still personally like of his was in MLW. This man took on Jacob Fatu when Jacob Fatu was MLW World Heavyweight Champion.
Holy shit.
That tells the Shay a lot about this man.
Bro, I can't wait. They're going to face Brodito. They're going to face all these teams that they're going to have to face. That's going to be all over the place.
And one-on-one matches, shit, give me one of them against freaking Will Ospreay.
Oh, God.
One of them against Al Fletcher.
All right. So we're excited. We're happy. But we got
I think I got no out of the Will Ospreay match.
I mean, it's AEW, and again, like Ash says, tag team wrestling is being revitalized here. And the trope where the best wrestle, you can say what you will, but at the end of the day, even Aaron says AEW, best in ring match product.
Hell, throw those two along with Ospreay or Ricochet in there. You get your New Japan game match, and you get your New Japan game match.
Jordan Oliver, freaking national champion. Let's do it.
I'll fall on the freaking four-way match, tag match, or whatever. Just be insanity.
About to say, I mean, you guys realize Busting the Brand is the same company as Megan Bayne and Billy Starks, right? I'm just saying.
Oh, I know.
And speaking of being in the same company, these four men are always in the same company, but more particularly, smoke them if you got them. The Rascals are all elite. Look at this foursome. Desmond Xavier, Trey Miguel, Zachary Wentz, and Myron Reed are now part of All Elite Wrestling. Tag, trios, singles, endless dynamic here when it comes to this foursome. The first group we've had outside Death Rising Conglomeration, more than 3 members not named the Don Callis family, and Skyfly. Put that in perspective. We really got a lot of faction warfare here. Of course, Trey Miguel, multiple X Division champion. Desmond Xavier and Zachary Wentz, former NXT Tag Team champions. Desmond Xavier, former NXT North American champion. Also, former X Division champion down there, Zachary Wentz. And Myron Reed, the young GOAT, of course, is a former Pro Wrestling Revolver champion, former challenger. Walter and I called on Slater, and Myron Reed is one of our favorite X Division championship matches of the year. And Myron Reed always shows how much of a young goat he is in singles action alone. So I know we got a lot of different dynamics to talk about. And hello, Lily, when it comes to the Rascals in All Elite Wrestling. So whether you see them as a foursome, a threesome, double duos, or all as singles, what do we expect from the Rascals in AEW? Walter, I'll start with you. What the hell do we do with these four men besides anything? You're muted.
Bot.
I don't know how they pulled this off because Desmond just returned. That means he must have signed maybe a 4-month contract or something crazy. Because how did they pull this off? Unless they bought his contract out, I don't know how.
So never signed.
I know the other 3, their contracts were running down, but Desmond literally returned in 2025.
Correct.
So how the hell did his contract already expire? But I'm excited. Faction warfare, Death Riders versus Rascals, Rascals versus the Brain, Busting the Brain. Any of these 2, you can team together against those 2. That's going to be a banger. There's so much stuff there. AEW's on fire, dude. That Tony's pen is just, he's signing away. I'm glad he's doing this. And he's ramping up the division. And it's almost what Nick is saying. It's going to be some kind of weird brain split or something. I don't know, because he's signing a lot. There is something on the horizon that we are not foreseeing, and I'm here for it. So go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're definitely on point here, because this year alone, goddamn, that being said, Ash, what do you think about the Rascals? Trey Miguel and Zachary Wentz, do they go in the tag division? Desmond Xavier, Zachary Wentz, former MSK, do they go in the tag team division? Myron Reed, does he go after maybe the Ring of Honor World Championship? You get him versus Bandito. What do you think is ahead for the Rascals in AEW? What do you want to see? Go for it.
Copy what I said about busting the brain, paste it onto about the Rascals. Same thing. And plus, another team for the trios division as well.
That's fair as well.
Again,
exactly.
What I said about the tag division. It's even worse for the trios division because what teams do they have in the trios division? Exactly. At least these 3 are going to freshen up the division. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say completely dominate, but at least this is another team for the trios division where there's maybe 3 or 4 teams, and that way we can cycle or have these feuds that are drawn out as in mean long term. That's what I mean by drawn out. Have a long-term storyline and then have it finish at a pay-per-view perhaps. Because the trios division is super stagnant right now, and with the Rascals being signed, it's adds a much needed breath of fresh air into the trios division, which needs to be like badly revitalized just as much as the tag division does.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I'm going for my head right now. Pac and the Death Riders versus the Rascals. Jet Speed and Hangman versus the Rascals. Infantry versus the Rascals.
We were talking earlier, all the luchadores they signed.
Yeah, I was saying Trio Luchadors could face the Rascals.
That look great.
Don Callis family as well.
Yeah, and about to say just announcing them. I mean, I was just thinking as well about to say these guys smoke it. You're also on that full rainbow experience. Outrunners and Dalton Castle versus the Rascals.
I'd be for that.
About you would be for Dalton Castle. I see your cheeky smile.
Wow, 18 versus the Rascals. Like,
yeah, that's just trios because you talk about trios because I do think this does offer a big reset point for the trios titles or even the Ring of Honor 6-man tag team championships. Honestly, let's not forget we got Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champs in the infantry down in Ring of Honor. You were talking about the revitalization of everything across the board right now in AEW. Ring of Honor right now, they also need to give themselves a bit of a reboot, and they're trying. So this definitely adds a whole lot more depth. And again, we
also means Japan can borrow them. Anybody who's all the way in Japan, anytime they do it.
The junior heavyweight division as well. They would work so good in the junior heavyweight division as well.
I need Nick Wayne when he's back from an injury to defend the Ring of Honor Television Championship against Myron Reed. About to say, let's not forget the matriarchy as well. I mean, again, endless dynamics though with these four men as the Rascals, which I do think is going to be more of a group dynamic than anything else, because why would you not have these guys somehow together by nature? Just saying. All right. Either way, this is going to be freaking awesome. I'm very excited. And that, folks, concludes this segment of recent signings where AEW definitely picked up a lot. But Daria Ray offers a different dynamic and authority. Elena Black is a second chapter. And Powerhouse Hobbs might bring in some new power to WWE's season.
Myron Reed is married or dating Killer Kelly. She's a free agent. Boom. There goes another all elite person.
Well, two members of the Rascals are married to people.
Right. Both Kellys could possibly make their way down there. Killer Kelly and Priscilla Kelly.
I forgot.
Which I would not mind Priscilla Kelly on the screen, just saying. They got James not here. That was only off me.
Priscilla Kelly versus Sky Blue. Priscilla Kelly versus Fekla. Priscilla Kelly versus Megan Bain. Priscilla Kelly versus Mina. Priscilla Kelly versus Chris Statlander. Priscilla Kelly versus Jamie Hayter.
Noah, why you in my brain?
Because I love women's professional wrestling, and right now AEW has me the most excited because I love their women's division. And I love what it's becoming. Just saying.
Ooh, Priscilla Kelly versus Alex Windsor would slap too.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Rep Pro for this heavyweight champion, and Lord knows we talk about Sky Blue was born hardcore out of the womb. Priscilla Kelly wasn't even a thought, and she was hardcore.
It's going versus Mina.
Oh, not my Mina. I don't need Mina going this hardcore. That scares me.
Fatal four-way. Priscilla Kelly versus Megan Bain versus.
Stop it! Don't stop it!
Walter, we still need that one match type you've been suggesting to happen.
No, we don't. No. Don't you say it. Nope.
Yeah,
there's a new one with TNA now.
Oh God.
You get enough people, crazy people involved, you have a schizophrenic steel cage match.
Schizophrenic steel cage.
That would definitely be insane.
About to say beyond insane, and apparently he's calling you out because he called you weak-minded. You're picking up that.
Damn it, JJ.
Invite me to that potluck with all that cake.
Hey.
Damn it, JJ.
You know what? You also could throw in red velvet in there too.
Oh yeah. That's
you pathetic, weak-minded simpletons. All right. That being said, it sounds like regardless, we are extremely happy for everybody that has been signed to AEW, TNA, and Hobbs to WWE, whether it's WWE or NXT. not yet made official, and there are aspects further when it comes to Killer Kelly, Priscilla Kelly, and more. Something tells me we're not done with the signings yet by a long shot here. I'm just saying. Well, that being said, what do you guys are most excited about when it comes to the recent signings this week to AEW, to TNA, to WWE? Who do you want to see sign next to any of the big three companies? What are your aspirations for any of the people we talked about across the wrestling industry? Let us know your thoughts in the chat. When we return, as we talk about this new beginning for many of these young, great wrestlers, we're going to come back with a little bit of wrestling recap for you because we covered AEW not only earlier this week, Maximum Carnage, we also, of course, covered tonight TNA Genesis. It's time for a little bit of fun with a wrestling recap and a roundabout discussion when the Saturday Shenanigans continue after this commercial break.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at Slip Studios, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, pontificate, analyze, and criticize truly upon all the wrestling. And welcome back here to Saturday Shenanigans, your moderator for the eve, the Noel Foster, along with Walter Cruz, Mr. Reliable, of course, Charles Schultz, Avatar Man, and of course, our Canadian friend who's always batty, Ash. Again, hope you all enjoying the discussion. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. As you saw in that trailer, it's not just about wrestling. It was also about combat sports. And of course, we talked about a new beginning in the world of TNA wrestling. Walter, of course, your UFC coverage will begin January 24th. Why don't you go ahead and talk a little bit more about that?
Oh yeah, the Gaethje versus Pimlet. Harrison injured her neck, so that fight got canceled. So Nunez will no longer be fighting Harrison. Broke her neck terribly training. I feel bad for her. She made a tearsome video. So don't know if Nunez will get replaced by anybody, but they switched the co-main event. I believe it's not. The Sean O'Malley fight moved up there. If not, actually, I'm not sure who they're going to change the main event. I don't think they made it official. Just speculation at this point. But I do feel bad for Harrison. She won that title. She was going to defend against the GOAT, who came back from retirement, and now that fight has to be canceled. But it's real life. It's injuries. That's what happens when you train. You train 3-4 months straight before a fight. That's why they schedule the fights out so far. But man, Gaethje versus Pimlet is going to be a banger. And it is for the undisputed title. It's not an interim title. It's going to be the official title. So I cannot wait for Saturday. The new Paramount Plus. I've been revving up every night watching old UFC fights. They need to organize it a little better. That's my only criticism. The way they have it organized, and it's hard to find stuff. They need to work on that. But other than that, it looks like the UFC is going to be in a great era. The pay-per-views are dead, but damn it, the channel's going to get live.
All right, fair enough. And again, folks, you can stay tuned for Walter Cruz and his combat sports analysis so much throughout the calendar year, hopefully with his fellow combat color expert, because we have a guy returning to the Shenanigans once again. He does really cool dumb things on the internet, but we appreciate him. Let's welcome in James Hebert. James, welcome in to Saturday Shenanigans again, my friend.
Hi.
How are you? And of course, you and Walter have been our primary UFC combat coverage team, so please lend your thoughts towards this too if you want.
I am looking forward to this. I unfortunately won't be on call because with MMA, I would probably potentially get too loud.
He could be able to hold it in.
Yeah, no way. I know what it feels like to be on an MMA call. I mean, I did good on the GCW front, so that was good. I was able to be quiet for that. But, yeah, I don't know about if I can do that with the MMA. So it may be either Walter's calling it solo or he may be joined by Statboy and or Slick or both. We'll see what happens. I don't know yet.
Right. Fair enough.
Nothing too official yet, but I am going to watch the event. I am curious to see how it all goes down. I am looking forward to the undisputed title fight. Should be a good one.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for that, my good man. And it's good to see you here once again. Again, shout out to our friends in the GCW Collective. As of course, we just got done covering, as you saw, the first of 2 shows. Tomorrow, we'll be back in Simba Studios covering Crime Wave. And again, me and Walter, and Ash, if she's available, we'll be covering AEW Collision Retro Style, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. As we go from there, looking towards other shows connected to Saturday Night's Main Event, the Saudi Rumble, and so much more. I'm thinking about that, of course, participated for the kickoff to the TNA League for the calendar year, as well as those that are participating in the GCW calendar league. Stay tuned, of course, as City Predicting, and I will keep you covered, of course, for updated scores and forms in and out of YouTube and on my X. As this round robin discussion here continues, Ash, of course, you put out a simple summary on Wrestle Kingdom 20. Great read, by the way, and love your thoughts. What's ahead for you on your YouTube channel here, or for you in general?
Right now, I'm still in the works of getting New Year's Dash, and once that's settled, I'm going to be having that in talks with the New Beginning show because there's no matches hasn't been set yet, but we do have an idea of who's on the show, and I'm guessing what happened at New Year's Dash is going to carry over and continue on to New Beginnings.
Yeah, and I can definitely encourage that. Again, go check out the New Beginning, folks, courageofintheworld.com. And thank you for those that tune into our coverage, by the way, of Wrestle Kingdom 20, what was a very emotional send-off, the most emotional send-off I can remember since Ric Flair, Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 24, done right. And of course, we'll talk more about other stuff regarding emotional send-offs like what I covered here tonight as well. That being said, let's go ahead and keep the conversation going here, as always, talking about coverage and send-offs and total nonstop action. Let's go ahead and look at the week, shall we? Because, of course, we kicked things off earlier this week with AEW Dynamite Maximum Carnage. It, of course, was headlined by an AEW Men's World Championship match with Bandito versus MJF for the first time ever in one-on-one action, as Kenny Omega, Swerve Strickland, and Him and Adam Page have all made their set be known. They want the AEW Men's World Championship. How's that for a triple threat that could possibly happen? And, of course, Kenny Omega and Swerve have never met each other, but they heavily respect and endorse one another. We also saw Darby Allin might have had a spine rearranged, but did find freedom in being, beating the bastard Pac. We also saw madness ensue in the women's division as Chris Statlander, truly back with her sister for life, Willow Nightingale, took a bullet, aka a toxic spear, as Fekla pinned the AEW Women's World Champion. You heard me right, folks. And overall, we got Brody King introducing violence as he destroyed John Cruz in less than a couple of minutes. We also saw the John Callis family earn a AEW World Championship opportunity as for the first time ever. Jake Doyle and Mark Davis. I don't even know what to give this name and team a name. They are going to challenge FTR for the AEW Tag Team Championships. Overall, I thought Maximum Carnage was a really great show. It offered a lot of reset. It offered a lot of fresh identity, and it had a hell of a banging main event as MJF really is showing what sort of champion he is this time, really taking Bandito for all it was worth, carrying the 21 plex and finding a way to trap Bandito inside a clutch cover, might I add, offering a heat seeker, by the way, was absolutely brilliant. So let's go around the horn and get some brief thoughts regarding AEW Dynamite Maximum Carnage. Of course, Walter, Ash, Nick, and JJ, everybody was on the call except for Charles and James. And also this man who likes to introduce his order sometimes, leave it to me to say AEW, and he shows up actually, or maybe he just woke up. Nick also was part of the call. So let's go ahead and get some thoughts regarding AEW Dynamite Maximum Carnage. About to say, you were just in here, so maybe that's on you. And JJ also saying, so I see James on the panel, and I echo that sentiment. James, we value and appreciate you. We hope that, again, this does not prevent you from doing what you've come to know and love, and that is causing your own form of madness, but also sharing your outlook on wrestling too. So did you check out AEW Maximum Carnage at all, and do you have any takeaways from what you saw? You are muted.
I have. Sorry. It's good to be back. Here I am.
Nick as well.
I have not gotten a chance to, just because I've been super busy with getting my soundproofing up, so I haven't really had a chance to watch any AEW. I did watch TNA. I did watch all the GCW shit, obviously, so we'll cover that at some point, I'm sure. But yeah, that's about what I've been keeping up to date with. I will be watching Maximum Carnage in full on Monday, so that's when you'll probably get my thoughts on TISM for that one.
And stay tuned for more on that, folks. The first
And
episode, of course, nice. As the first episode did drop, of course, on our Sierra Studios YouTube channels and partners. So thank you for that, James. That being said, control your dog or mute your mic, dang it.
Yeah,
That
please.
God dang it! You shut your. God dang it!
Yeah, this is what happens when you let a dog in the same room as you and you forget your mic's unmuted. Constant professionals here, right? Constant professionals.
So
the only person that's ever prepared here is me. Go figure. That being said, Charles, what did you think of Maximum Carnage this past Wednesday night?
First of all, professionalism on these shenanigans. You know damn well that never ends well. That never goes that way at all.
The reason why I'm the guy that's the second in command all the time when JJ is not here.
Noah, let's be damn fair. You even lost control at certain points when everything went off the rails. So don't be sure on that.
Once in the blue moon, I can sometimes actually embrace the madness, and 95% of the time, I just tell you all to shut the fuck up. Now continue, Charles.
Damn.
Yeah, about to say, don't forget who you're talking to. Continue.
Yeah, I know. but for real though, I enjoy Maximum Carnage. And every time I keep hearing that name, I keep thinking I'm playing a freaking Spider-Man game titled that. So gotta love it.
Yeah, about to say, don't give whoever does the Spider-Man video games ideas. They've done enough Spider-Man video games, I think, for one universe, but that's a whole different conversation. Thank you. Yeah, that company.
Yeah,
I ain't complaining.
Nah, I'm not either, but I'm just saying the only game that people are talking about right now is GTA 6 getting delayed again and Resident Evil Requiem. That being said, that's a whole different conversation another day. Stay tuned again with Simple Apple Gaming Levels Up. We'll talk more about that after this segment. That being said, Ash, hello. How was Maximum Carnage for you this past Wednesday night on Dynamite? What are your takeaways?
It was fun. I love how they set up title feuds. It's really good because we got Tekla possibly in contention for Statlander's title. We got Sisters of Sin possibly going up against the Babes of Wrath. Right. We got a bunch of opponents set and lined up ready for MJF for like who knows when, as MJF keeps, as you know, because we need opponents for MJF if he's going to keep that belt warm for Will Ospreay whenever he's healthy. Like, let's be real here. What else did they do on the show?
All blur.
I'm trying to think, like, what else happened? And this was just this past one.
For the tag titles, Darby Allin's spine rearranged, the most gruesome spot I've seen that man go through yet, but somehow survived in Pac.
Yeah, that's another thing. What's going to be next for Darby Allin, because he's finally beaten everyone in the Death Rider, so he can move on from there. What's next for the guy? Who knows?
And of course, Kenny Omega came out and spoke to Swerve Strickland and him and Adam Page. It was all three men mutually, or at least two men, it seemed. Of course, going after the AEW Men's World Championship. And we saw, of course, Don Callis says that Daddy's going to make sure his kid does get anywhere near that. As of course, this Wednesday, we'll have Josh Alexander versus Kenny Omega for the first time ever.
That's going to be a fun match. So, yeah, they got like a lot of things set in motion for not just this month, but possibly like as we progress going into Revolution. That's in March, right?
Yes, that's correct. AEW Revolution for the Staples Center. All right. Simple enough. As Nick gets his proper spot and audio in order. Walter, what did you think and your takeaways from AEW Maximum Carnage this past Wednesday on Dynamite and everything that's set up for or is teasing for?
It was awesome. I had more fun just calling it all, to be honest, with everybody.
That was the craziest commentary panel I've ever had on a call.
That was Maximum Carnage. What was it, 5 of us?
Yes, it was.
Why was there 5
literally?
Yeah, it was you, me, Noah, Nick, and JJ.
His name, and he appears. Yeah, by the way, one was questioning, the other one was punting, the other one was going batty. JJ was trying to book business logic philosophy, and then there's the only guy that actually was calling the damn professional wrestling.
Yeah, at one point, nobody, you had to remind you, there's so much going on, right? Like, this shit was hilarious. But, yeah, I want to know what's Darby like.
A 5, this is a problem when you have a 5-person booth. God damn.
James!
Guys, what are we doing?
They're driving me crazy. That's what they're doing.
They drive you crazy.
Wednesday was fun. Us 5 were just jamming.
Yeah, you all might as well have been in the audience there live. Well, I'm the only one at the commentary table. Daggum. It was fun, though. I'm not going to lie. Getting to mesh with all your different dynamics of analyzation, business philosophy, and analysis inquiry, that was a unique challenge for me that somehow I overcame. And at the end of the day, I still had fun calling All Elite Wrestling. So that's all that matters.
I mean, Darby barely got any offense. I don't even know how that match was a match. Like, they fought all through the crowd. Like, usually people start out with Darby that way. He jumped on Pac like before the bell even rang. And then that kind of like that ramp area, like he almost looked like he broke Pac in half. Then he went after the ankle. That match was nuts.
Well,
can y'all still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
what do y'all expect from Darby Allin and Pac 3? Jesus.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That stair spot, the front of the stairs against the man's spines, legs, that's just messed up, bro.
Then Bandito, MJF, and MJF admitting to Bandito that he could be a champion one day, but not as long as he's alive, and then he beat the shit out of him some more.
Our scumbag.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was awesome. It's AEW. They really are on fire. 2026 really seems to be the year for AEW to step up.
Well said. That's quite fair.
I would add to that comment. I don't think Bandito's going to be AEW champion until he drops the ROH title because he's still ROH champion.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Were you saying that?
No. Okay, so I have actually a lot to say.
Go for it, bro.
Okay, so Maximum Carnage, like Wednesday's Night Dynamite or Wednesday's Maximum Carnage. I thought it was a good show. I thought it was a good showing. I know you're not in the group chats to hear these conversations in the Wrestling with Tism chat. After, I know that did you guys already talk about YDMP?
Yes.
Okay. After YDMP getting signed and the All Elite graphic that went out today, it's either this motherfucker has a brand split or is gonna do a brand split, or he's got a new TV show. He is signing everybody under the sun.
Yeah.
He's got to be doing something. I know that. I'm out of breath. Sorry, I'm walking the dog. I know that he, on his Twitter live stream today, he made a comment saying that in 2026, AEW is growing again, not only internationally but domestically as well. Guys, I don't know how long it's been. I think I've been the only one a proponent of this. If he's going to keep signing people and dual contracts, either he needs a third show or do something with Ring of Honor, or we need a brand split. And I don't want to hear people say that it can't be done, because it can be done. Yeah, the addition of the Rascals, that was nice. I do have a question though. We did see the are we talking about Collision tonight or no?
No, because we're covering at literally 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, retro watch along, and you know, it's Collision. We already know it's like pre-tape, but of course, here at Summit Studios, we remain the integrity of hashtag spoiler free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay, then forget what I said. You guys will cover it when you guys watch Collision. But yeah, I thought it was a good show. The amount of talent.
They are getting
that this guy
lot of talent. Yeah.
And wait, that's only from what we've seen so far, and it's still so early in the year.
To your point, James.
Yep.
It's
YDNP, Hechicero, Queen Aminata.
Well, Queen Aminata?
Why is Queen Aminata there?
She got her.
Resigned. Got it.
I think it was just I think it was just injury time added on.
Correct.
But still, like.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go back to that graphic. By the way, I was actually reading them off, but yeah. We got YDMP, Hechicero, Queen Aminata, Persephone, the Rascals, all 4 of them. Masquerada, Jake Doyle, Andrade El Idolo, all elite within just this week.
Right. And it's like, he's got to be re-signing. There's still room to probably re-sign Anna Jay, because I don't think she's going anywhere else.
I agree.
That's a different conversation, though. But anyway,
yeah, no. But my point is, like, there's something cooking. You're not signing all of this talent
for no reason.
Something's not brewing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost Powerhouse Hobbs. You're gonna lose guys. Ryan says it a lot. It's a contract year. But yeah, something's cooking. Something's cooking in AEW. And I wonder what it is.
I guess you're going to have to wait and see until that dish is fully prepared. But in the meantime, you enjoyed Wednesday, though, and you seem very optimistic on the future.
Yeah, like the things that came out of it made. I mean, it was a theme show, so like I enjoyed it for what it was. I kind of want to wait until. I think my benchmark of how I'm going to see things is the first Dynamite where there's not a special, and we're closer to a pay-per-view. Right?
Yeah.
Let's see how they build up the pay-per-view. But overall, it was an alright show. Even tonight was an okay show. Sorry, you even forgot Zeta Steel. Zeta Steel got her All Elite graphic today, too.
Oh, good for her. All right, then. Congratulations to the real deal, Zeta Steel, then. All right, well, thank you for that, Nick. And now try and get your breath. Okay, well, yeah, that being said, again, you all know Dynamite is always my Wednesday night delight. I've followed this company before the letters AEW existed, and more so it's the talent there that I've followed that have made it to this stage to further test themselves and enhance themselves. And seeing the likes of Sky Blue, Chris Statlander, Nina Fekla as I hold New Japan, and of course, Stardom to a standard. Kazuchika Okada, Konosuke Takeshita, Kyle Fletcher, Mega Bane, Sky Blue were the breakouts of last year, in my opinion. MJF, again, the young champion before freaking 30 years old, being the benchmark right now for AEW is a huge coup in revitalizing the company and bringing back value to the AEW Men's World Championship. The likeliness of Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks being done possibly here pretty soon, if not this calendar year, as the Elite as we know it. Because again, Kenny Omega's for one last run, and looking at the star power of Swerve, recognition of Hangman, respect towards Kenny Omega. I mean, again, there's a lot cooking right now in AEW outside all this new talent addition. As you're talking about the vitalization of the tag team division as well. And Lord knows this women's division has been the talk of us the last calendar year when it comes to the characters. Well, they actually have characters. Are you all blind yet, or do you actually see them now? These stories that we've seen, the dynamics we've created, the different outlook on the women's division that is not surrounded by Mercedes and Timeless Tony Storm, the only ones on top at the forefront every time you see them. It's a very refreshing outlook. So I'm definitely looking forward. And to Nick's point, we don't got to pay until March, but we do know Grand Slam happens down under in Australia next month. So as far as special goes, that's got to be the next special at this point. Because believe it or not, folks, we have covered AEW Dynamite for the last 8 weeks in a row since Thanksgiving Eve Dynamite. Put that in perspective, folks. Because we covered the Continental Classic, we covered Holiday Bash, we covered AEW Dynamite 34th Street, we covered New Year's Smash, and did not mean for all those to rhyme. We covered, of course, Maximum Carnage, and we covered the following show previously last week because of the Lights Out match stipulation, first time ever in Dynamite history for a tag team. So it's been crazy how much AEW we've covered on a straight weekly basis. This coming Wednesday, to Nick's point, is a standard episode. But we know we already got one first summer matchup in Josh Alexander versus Kenny Omega, and who knows what else will be brewing as we head down under towards Australia. But either way, AEW has really tried to turn around the outlook of their roster and their product, where we got the comfortableness of the TV and you got the bigger feel for the pay-per-views. And in my opinion, that's kind of what I want to see out of wrestling. The big feel on the pay-per-view stage. Not the same stagnant content, sometimes underwhelming, constant presentation year-round, no matter what show it is. And I think it's those different dynamics, by the way, that makes AEW more engaging for me. Because I don't think each week feels the same, which is actually refreshing to see, by the way, in my opinion.
I agree.
But that being said, why don't we move on from Wednesday Night Dynamite to the impact that was left lighter than a divot on a golf course for AMC TNA. As of course, it is a new era in TNA Wrestling. TNA Wrestling now is a new home, the American Movie Company channel. A channel that has never known one iota of sports in their life, not even the movie Dodgeball and Underdog Story. That being said, it was the premiere episode of TNA and AMC, and we had 3 matches and 95% commercial breaks. We also, of course, had Daria Ray come in as a 40 figure. Elena Black is now officially signed as a knockout. The Elegance brand won back the Knockouts Tag Team Championships, and for all I know, the Inspiration, according to sources, is officially now a free agent once again. And we also kicked things off in an underwhelming 6-man tag. It was video package on the history of TNA Wrestling. You had a contract signing on Santino Morales' back, and you had a main event that was supposed to be 20 minutes long, but was 15 minutes commercial breaks. And the aftermath wasn't even captured on television, as Mike Santana did regain the TNA World Championship. So that being said, let's go ahead and get your thoughts on. Let's go ahead and James.
I didn't even hit that. I don't know who hit that. I genuinely was typing in the private chat, so that definitely wasn't me.
Mm-hmm.
He's dead ass.
Already. The power's back in his hands.
No, I'm telling you, I'm literally typing in the private chat right now.
Okay, that was you clicking. All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get some thoughts on the AMC premiere of TNA Wrestling. Shall we? Before we get there, I will acknowledge the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams, who did post a rather optimistic but also rather humble tweet to provide a different aspect.
I say we save that for last because I think a lot of us are going to be mostly negative towards this. I have a feeling.
Look, I'm just going to say this because I'm the first person that's going to get this off their chest. Rematches in 2 hours to make a big impact on television is not the way you go with a professional wrestling product, even on an unrecognized source.
Yep.
Top, Destination America, and Access were better premieres than this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave it at that. Let's go around the horn and see what the rest of the panel thinks. Hello, Ash. Why don't you go ahead and kick things off? Ladies first, then you, James, then you, Charles.
Okay, fair.
Okay. So, I know this word gets thrown out a lot. For me, this episode was mid.
Yep.
Right.
There was further stuff I liked on the show. Absolutely. I liked how they opened up with AJ, cutting the promo. That was good. Get a familiar face people are recognized. Get the crowd going. I also liked his interactions he had with Kazarian and Santana to help set up the main event. That was really good. I I was okay with the opening match. It was a little bit too short for my liking, but at the same time, given the Hardys' health conditions right now, they can't go as long as they used to. But it was like a nice, good way to cap off the show, or kick off the show. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. What else is there? I'm just gonna start off with what I liked about the show.
Please do.
Let's see what else is there. I like the video packages they did for the World Heavyweight title, the X Division title, and the Knockouts title, like giving a brief history, especially for those who aren't familiar with TNA, letting them know what this company is all about. I thought that was well done. And I love the main event. The main event was solid. Now, as the show progressed, there was a lot of production hiccups, which I'm hoping that they can recover from. And I understand that there's visa issues, so there's not a lot of people on the roster, especially with the contract situations that they have. And it just gives me a little concerns about how small the roster is, because don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with a small roster, but you don't want the roster so small that you're cycling through everyone halfway into the year to the point where you got no direction to go with feuds, storylines, so that way, because you want things to be long term, but you don't want too long, but you also don't want stuff to be super short as well. And I'm thinking, because TNA is its own company, right?
Yes.
Still, even though they're partners with WWE, that they might have to start scouting the indies and allowing other people to work indie dates as well. Or maybe do talent exchanges if they're allowed to with these companies, so that way they have a big enough roster. I don't get me wrong, I'm fine with promo packages, but there's just way too many scattered out throughout the show, and it also goes to concerns with how much members they have on the roster, because do they not have enough people to not only have these promo packages, but also to have matches as well? Because I'm not saying stack the show with the matches. I want a good balance of backstage segments, promos, and matches. And they're unable to do that with the small roster they have. So hopefully they recover from these hiccups, these production hiccups, and they fix these contract situations, because it all falls under management, and it's just what are you doing? This was not a good reintroduction or first impression on people.
That's the word.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that as the show progresses, that they continue to improve and show growth, because I want nothing but the best for TNA, because TNA's existence is more opportunities for the wrestlers, because that's what we all want for wrestlers, because not everyone wants to work in WWE or AEW, and TNA provides that other option for them, just on the off chance they don't want to work there. And the more options, the better. And that's all I want for TNA, is for them to learn from their mistakes, continue to grow, and I hope they get their shit together by June, if it's just more than enough time, because if we are still having these issues come June, then what the fuck are we doing?
Waiting for WWE to buy them out before they went bankrupt when Immortal almost ran them into the ground. But that being said, thank you very much, Ash. Oh, yeah, and that was another thing, too. Remember that era? Yeah, compare it now to that after 6 months and tell me which one was worse. But so far, first impression, you fucking sucked, and you reduced yourself to highlight mode to me, just like WWE has. So get your shit together, TNA. Remind me why you were the alternative, and if you still are, versus becoming a WWE similarity. James, you're next. Go ahead.
First of all, am I coming in okay?
Yes, you are, sir.
All right, good. Yeah, man. Ash, you put everything in there exactly how I was going to say it, in a lot nicer way, because Noah said it in the way I would have said it if I wanted to be a complete asshole about it. This sucked. There ain't no other way around it. This was mid as fuck. And to me, I'm more offended when a show is mid. At least if you're bad, I can laugh about how bad you are and get entertainment out of it. I didn't even get that out of this.
Nope.
And look, full transparency, right? Some things I did not like were subjective. I am not a fan of the Elegance brand right now, as an example.
Neither am I.
I actually liked the Elegance brand when Ash was running it. Shit you not. That's how much I despise them right now. It is. Maybe it could have been what they did here. I could have dealt with it if it was on the second episode per se, and they had like a hype package that wasn't too long in the midst of this. But they chose to have a whole half hour dedicated to this shit, man.
Yep.
And it was terrible. I'm sorry. To your point about them scouring the indies. Yeah, fuck them. They don't get that excuse. They already should have been doing that.
I'm just giving them an option what they can do.
That's not against you, by the way. That's on TNA. That's who I'm talking to when I say that.
Okay.
Continue.
Fuck them, meaning them. They should have been doing this already. How is it that you have Starboy Charlie, Titus Alexander, Manders, Charles Mason, etc., all throughout the indies, and you don't bring one of them for at least this show to showcase your X division? How do you not how do you not get Priscilla Kelly and Shotzi Blackheart as Chemical X, bring them in to fight the Iconics, along with the Elegance brand, right? And then have the guy that's Mr. Elegance come in and do a leg trip. That would have been way more digestible. I know Noah still would have hated it, but would have been way more digestible than what they did ultimately with the Elegance brand on the show. Where is Xia Li other than a contract signing? Which, by the way, they didn't even have a table for. They had to sign it on Santino's back. That was embarrassing. And you don't have her defend the title on the show when you're showing history of the knockouts.
Not even in a match, by the way.
Not even a match. And by the way, I had you know what would have been the perfect match to balance out your flavors of wrestling? Her and Janai Kai. What was she doing? She wasn't doing anything. Li Yingli versus Janai Kai, that would have been a belter. They would have kicked the shit out of each other, and it would have showed a hard-hitting knockouts contest. No, we have to do a shitty-ass contract signing. It's just blunder after blunder after blunder. Literally, the only two good things. AJ, the opener. Or, I'm sorry, AJ and the main event was okay. That's it. That's me. Okay? That's just me. I really didn't like the show. There were some things that were objectively shit, and a lot of people pointed it out, whether they were tribalistic or not. Broken clocks are right twice a day, folks. It was bad. Okay? And subjectively, for me, not my taste. Elegance brand being one of them. There was a couple other things I really didn't enjoy. Promo packages as well. My take on it is all those hype packages, while it's great to showcase the history of TNA, what does it do for the future if you're not showcasing those divisions at an effective level?
Exactly.
You're not building the future. You're not doing shit. That's just my short thoughts. Got a lot more to say on TISM, believe it or not. This is just my opening thoughts. I didn't even give everything away yet. Bottom line, TNA fucking fumbled. I am not happy with how they produced this. I'm never giving them another chance again for as long as I'm a wrestling fan. I hope they're still around, just like you guys say. I don't want them to go out of business, but as a fan of the product, if I wasn't watching it with Ryan just out of the basis that he is putting himself through that torture for completely unrelated reasons, which everybody knows why, except Noah, because he stays off social media. Thank God for you, by the way. I would not have a goddamn reason to watch this goddamn product for a month. I really wouldn't. So, them's my thoughts. I yield my time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hebert. Now the court will recognize Charles Schultz for his verdict on the case, and we will go to Nick to close things out before we look at the evidence of an optimistic record wrestling J.J. Williams, where sometimes I respect an humble opinion, other times your talk is text, and at the end of the day, I'm a fan of my own design. I'm TNA faithful, but my faith has been stirred, to say the least, when it comes to TV on Thursday nights. Charles, please speak your mind. What do you have to say about TNA on NNC's premiere?
You mean Commercial Mania?
Yep.
Accurate.
Because I said that to before we even started simply predicting on Thursday.
Is it just me or I can't hear a word he's saying?
It's just you. You have to go out.
It's just you, Nick.
Okay.
Go out, go back in.
But back to my thing here. I did enjoy the main event because I was right the moment. I was like, well, I knew Mike Sam was going to get the title back.
Yeah.
If it was not going to be on the premiere, it probably would have been, probably tonight or something, right? Either way, it was been this week. So no issues with that. No issues with AJ Styles at all, besides the awkward silence and not hearing his theme for a second, for a good bit before the Tron was playing.
Yep.
That made it more awkward.
Yeah.
But then they had commercials galore. It's like, what the hell? And bad enough, too. James, when you said before you could have added another team to that knockout tag title match, I don't think it would have damn mattered because of the commercial break. People would have when we saw the post match.
That's actually fair enough.
So basically, saying James, I wish it was your idea was what happened, but it would have been would have not mattered because the commercials.
Yep. 100%.
Ridiculous.
That was like the biggest egregious thing about them all. By the way, you have one perspective of that. Here's another one. You ready for this? Because I watched this on TNA Plus, Charles, to add to your point. You know what they did during the commercial breaks on there?
Go on.
Shot of the fucking empty ass crowd on the left side.
Yeah, but I was there. Did anyone notice the hard? Did anyone notice the hard cam side?
Dude, I'm sorry. This is the objective truth, and everybody's called it out now.
Just to pause James real quick, I did notice one thing when I open up, because at the end of the day I don't scroll, but God knows I have to post a form. I gotta see some sort of nonsense on there that's not "Hi Nina" or something that makes me happy, like a match or an AEW thing. Eric Bischoff said, and I quote, "It wasn't well produced. I'm not even going to address the creative or anything like that, but the production itself was so poor."
Yeah, and I believe it or not, I am 100% on Bischoff's side with that because it was woeful. And if anybody knows anything about good production, it is Bischoff, and that was his one strong suit when he was in TNA was fucking production.
The TNA Plus and the AMC almost looked like they were shot with two different cameras. Like the different camera views were like weird. One looked like it was an iPhone as opposed to like an actual camera.
Your service is nervous, Walter, by the way. Yeah, you're right. You're right, though.
I heard that
Still got the point,
but honestly, his service there kind of echoes what we were dealing with. Continue.
Yeah, it was like they were showing, and that's the thing, Charles, like they not only did that for the celebrity segment, which was ridiculous, but on the app itself, which, by the way, crashed, which means there was some sort of interest.
That's the reason me and Walter went to AMC. The fuck?
Yeah. Like which, by the way, good sign, because that means there was enough people and enough traffic that wanted to see this, which is all the more egregious why the production was so bad and the creative was not up to par. Because what the fuck? And again, on the Impact Plus app, when they finally got it working, only show the empty ass crowd.
You know what's sad about this?
I couldn't believe it, dude.
You know what's sad about this? While we give this back to Charles, as someone that doesn't go on social media, but hearing everyone's outlook here, it almost sounds like a unanimous outlook that this was just not a step forward for TNA wrestling as we come to know.
No,
And that's saying something for
it was
everybody in this wrestling community.
Forget 10 steps backwards. We went 100.
Yeah, it's in the best part about this is like no one's blaming the wrestlers, everyone's blaming management.
Yep.
That's the best part.
Yep.
Exactly.
That includes the Elegance brand, by the way, because there was a way you could have made them palatable. That is not on them. That is 100% on management and creative.
I get that they had to fill time, but they could have done so much better with doing so.
This is what happens when you got a film executive producer running a wrestling company.
Yep.
TNA stood for total nonstop advertisement that day. That's all it was. But, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It literally was open AJ Styles commercial, backstage segment commercial, match commercial, the middle of that match commercial. 3 commercials in the middle of the tag team match because I honestly did not see the actual pinfall. I did not see the titles change hands. It went to commercial 3 times in a span of back-to-back. They didn't show it. Like, literally, the match was going on. It disappeared. Went to 3 commercials. When I came back, the Elegant Brands were getting the titles handed to them. Like, that's what happened.
They want to be a roll-up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was able. I'm gonna sorry to butt in, but I was able to see the ending because I guess that's the benefit of being able to watch it on Sportsnet 360 here in Canada because it's not aired on AMC on cable in Canada.
Well, I guess you all had the misfortune to see that car wreck, especially with Mr. Elegance picking the ankle off the idolizer. And to your point, it was a roll-up win. But anyway,
then it went to another backstage segment, then the celebrity segment, some other kind of segment, main event, 3 ads in the middle of the main event. It was like, geez, just total nonstop advertisement.
Oh boy.
Well, thank you for that, Walter. Great summary, by the way. He basically timestamped that verbatim. If you took a drink every time you saw the word ad or commercial, you'd be dead from alcohol poisoning. That being said, Charles, continue and finish your thoughts, please.
Yeah. Now I'll continue now. And it's just like it's ridiculous. It probably doesn't help too because AMC is also known for this shit too. Doesn't help.
They are. He's right. They have done this infamously with John Wayne movies as well, and people
and other stuff
about it in the past
and other stuff too.
I'm well aware. Continue.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, one hand, it definitely was annoying, but I'm also sitting here going, yeah, that's probably AMC's probably not a good place for wrestling to be on, because this goes for any company. Because you have to do shit like this.
Yep.
Now, I was, taped or some tape shows, you can somewhat get away with it ish, at least. Because you don't win, whatever.
Yeah, that's fair.
You'll be lucky. At least that is easy enough. Live shows, hell no. You guys get shit like that.
Respectfully, Charles, this is the smartest you've ever sounded.
Wow.
Sorry.
The one commercial I'll give them credit for is I didn't know about that CM Punk movie, and now I'm kind of interested in seeing that shit.
Okay, James. Okay.
No,
I see how it is.
No, I do mean respectfully. Because like most of the time you're like cheerful, you're goofing around, you have good memes, like you're a memer, right? So this is like, I'm shocked to hear you like you're coherent, you're making sense, and you care about this topic. Like the passion. There is passion, there is communication. It's great.
Dude, I couldn't it got to the point I couldn't even make puns to save it. So it's like, it got that bad.
That being said,
and I said
right back after this commercial break, and now we return back here to the Shenanigans as Charles continues his point. Go ahead.
And this was definitely the worst. And I sat and I watched all TNA premieres on each different network because I was crazy.
Yeah.
And I can dryly say, yeah, this was worse.
Yep.
And it's not because of the wrestlers and the wrestling and anything. No. It was literally, like Ash said, not the wrestlers' fault.
Yep. About to say.
Just imagine after every other word we cut to our preview commercial. That's pretty much what TNA did.
That would be a nightmare.
Well, I mean, considering that, and now a commercial break, and we'll be right back after these short introductions. And welcome back to the Shenanigans. You consider the fact that we literally sat through 95% commercials after we went for another match. We'll be back to this commercial break. Stay tuned, folks. The Saturday Shenanigans continue over here. And you figure about, again, how many commercial breaks we had in out of matches, including the main event here. And, of course, we'll be right back after the commercial breaks, folks. The Saturday Shenanigans continue. And, of course, we saw the last 5 minutes where, of course, they went off the air. And we did see Mike Santana win. And we'll be right back after this commercial break, folks. Of course, we learned about
Get my point.
Literally, hold on. You could have played. Hold on. You could have played this sound effect right after that.
What, this? If I did that over and over again, dude, I'm overkilling a gimmick. I mean, just limiting you to come back here. We'll be right back after the Saturday Shenanigans. Again, to break the damn show. I've been trying to continue the conversation here. We'll be right back after
this. See, this is the one thing you learn here, folks.
With these fucking idiots. We'll be right back after
And now it's your movie commercial.
Of all this freaking madness while I'm trying to get to the mile so we can cover a clip. We'll be right back at this commercial break at the Saturday Shenanigans. It's seriously enough of that.
It's
but you get my drift.
It's bad, bro. It was woeful on every goddamn front.
What I'll say, and the fact they they re-announced the main event when no one. All right, who did that? Who interrupted me? And that was the game trailer too, so I think I know who did it. Walter, you asshole! You interrupted me.
Bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
A bullshit.
Oh my lord!
You
Walter, God damn it! You fucking idiot!
I don't like you.
You're scared. And you should be.
Who are we? Babes! And what do we have?
Will you stop that?
This is the truth.
This is accurate.
This is literally what we were.
For a taste of things to come.
I swear to fucking hey.
It's Saturday night, my dudes.
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kill me. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
This has gone off.
What the fuck?
Hey.
Nick, Nick, let's be honest. This is kind of how it happened. This is literally describing.
I was not the one who started this. I want to make that
Okay, who wants to get to? I think I've got everything I need to.
I always find a way to break Noah. This needs to be clipped.
You broke more than him. You cut me off with a game.
Dude, Noah fell out of his chair, bro.
He did.
Oh my god, my ribs! My ribs fucking hurt. God damn it, Walter! You fucking idiot!
Once again, quote one I mentioned before, Noah. Professionalism, huh?
Fuck you!
Wait till JJ sees this part. Oh my god.
Speaking of him, I think should we get to what he No, because I think I got everything I need to.
Anything to say or add to it?
Fuck all you fucking idiots! God damn it!
Hey, Ash wants to speak.
Please, Ash.
Please, Ash.
Do not interrupt her. Do not interrupt.
I was about to say, are you finished your thought? Because if you are, then we could probably move over to Nick if he hasn't said
Charles tried
anything.
to speak and he got interrupted with 15 commercial breaks.
Yeah, he said he was done. Charles said he was
I was done after the 50.
One day I'm officially dismissing you from production rights. The fuck, man? You're fired.
You're fired. You're
Okay, I'll just go work for AMC.
Someone's fired a fucking AMC production staff for
Christ.
Carlos Silva.
We're just bury them softly, brother. Why don't you? All right,
TNA television right.
Nick, go ahead,
Nick, please.
Please go ahead and continue speaking. Whoever is next. God, I think Nick's the only one left who's the most sane one again tonight. Thanks to Walter breaking me. Fuck him, by the way. God damn it. Nick, if you have one thing to say now, forever hold your peace, and then we'll go to Ash and we'll close this thing out with JJ's TED Talk.
I didn't succumb to the pressure watching this show. So
You're the wisest man I've ever met in the Simply Reliable Studios panel on this night. Don't get used to that accolade.
I'll take a quote from a member of the Wrestling Collective. What did you guys expect? It's AMC. They're on their 7th TV deal. Did y'all expect this show to be good?
The only good thing that came out of the TNA show was I got all this up because of them.
Oh, nice.
All my soundproofing.
Look,
that's it. That's the only positive.
As the most TNA faithful and dedicated member of the Simply Reliable Studios family, I will always hold true to what I believe TNA stands for since those letters were brought back to life by Scott D'Amore. I prayed, I hoped, but at the end of the day, Carlos Silva is a movie guy. He's not a wrestling fan, nor does he have a wrestling mind. There is no bigger proof than the production and the producer credits of his name and some other jabroni producing that shit. Now, that being said, everyone shut the fuck up when the man is soon speaking. What do you guys say before I bring up JJ's tweet? With all due respect, my life.
I was the first one to go, actually.
Okay, I thought you had something else to say because I remember you won, but I guess
No, she was just trying to get the show back on the rails.
Yeah, that's
thanks to Walter fucking breaking
she was
me.
being She was being Miss Mature over here.
We are mature adults that broke you the same night. Let's be honest here. The only time that's matured is when I'm in control, but leave it to Walter to break the system. Congratulations, bruv. Oh my God. Okay.
I have the tweet up also, but do you want to read it or should I?
Let me go ahead because as the most sensible man of the Simply Studios family that tries to put a positive outlook on all things wrestling, WWE fam, I'll go ahead and do it. Oh my God.
Right.
Again, Walter, never but love, but God damn it, dude. Why'd you fucking broke me at 1:30 in the morning? Okay. With a tear in his eye off camera. Shared on the Simply Reliable Studios forum by our own Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams. Look, I've seen a lot of negative discourse regarding last night's TNA Impact episode. Yes, the commercials were excessive and horribly placed. However, that said, the video packages about the X Division, the Knockouts, and World Title history were top tier. A great introduction and reintroduction to fans. The matches were solid, debatable. We had debuts, returns, and title changes. What we need to remember is AMC has zero history with wrestling. It was for normal TV broadcast. That's a mistake that can be learned from. This is a drug. At some point, you have to view the glass as half full instead of half empty. I think last night's episode, as the rose that grew from concrete, it had no business being there, but it still bloomed. Maybe I'm just optimistic to a fault, but I want to see all wrestlers succeed at Private 2026. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And stay tuned for the next TED Talk on whether or not corn grows faster in the fall season or in the spring season, courtesy of our own Walter Cruz, who knows how to grow a crop and put people in a happy mood. Next time here at the Super Reliable Studios. That being said, Charles, I did see your hand. What do you have to say before we finally move on?
I was about to say the way your mic was saying, I was going, what? I thought I was going to say no.
Yeah, your microphone dipped, but it's fine.
Deb.
Yeah,
You know what? Whatever.
It did come a couple of times during that.
I got it fixed. It's no problem.
You know what? It is what it is. When Walter broke me, how late we're going, and we're talking about production flaws, and I mean, we just talk about the definition of production flaws. So I mean, you know, it is what it is. But people can't read that. It shows how far Canadian American education systems have plummeted. Go to Japan. That being said, the tweet speaks for itself. I will say this as somebody who, again, is not on social media. Bottom line, everyone has a right to their opinion. But as a wrestling fan, we set our own expectations. The bottom line, this was their first impression. Do the research. Get the agreements going. Put in the money to make sure your product is the most important thing, not the AMC logoing. You should have better planned, executed, prepared for this. I don't give a fuck if it's live television. You're the producer. Control your fucking product. Make your product matter. Because you sure as hell didn't.
I agree with him. They did do well with those video packages. Damn, that shit made me want to go back into the app and look at them old matches.
Agreed.
Did nothing for the future, as I said.
Ding, ding. And at the end of the day, if you live on the past, you will die sooner or later in the future as you try and revive yourself in the present. Not every relic from your past wrestling history can come up in 2026. Attitude Era, dead. Your relics that are part of the U40 class of WWE soon enough are going to retire. At the end of the day, give us a reason to care a shit iota about this current regime running TNA Wrestling. Because your TV product sure as hell isn't.
I feel like they tried to redeem it with what they did with Genesis.
And we will talk about that after this legitimate commercial break. Before we go to a commercial break, no one push the fucking button or I swear I'm taking off this feed. Charles, I saw your hand. What do you have to say?
And also considering, and also TNA's smart move. Let's bring Dixie Carter on stage.
Dude.
Ooh, the heat there.
Yo, that was go away heat. That was worse than Dom.
That is one of the things.
People haven't forgotten. If you weren't, they have forgotten.
This is also accurate. There's a reason also why I reduced the mic noise just so there's no background. But thank you, James. I'm gonna put
It was funny. It was funny with the way Bubba looked at her and then they hugged. I'll give him that. That was fucking funny.
Well, yeah.
He put her through a table before.
Technically, she didn't go through the table. Bubba's bum did, and she just planted on the mat. But I do understand what you mean. Again, y'all can go watch that back, of course, when they had the 6-sided ring. That being said, thank you everybody for bringing your thoughts forward in this business order for TNA Wrestling, where so far, business, not profit. That was horseshit. But what wasn't horseshit, ironically enough, was Genesis to a degree. You want to talk about half empty or half full? That was the tale of the first pay-per-view this year for TNA Wrestling. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that after this legitimate commercial break as we all gather ourselves and talk about some good related to TNA Wrestling so far for 2026. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
always, here, if you can hear me clearly, at the Sip Reliable Studios, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, pontificate, analyze, and criticize into. The wrestling. And welcome back here to the Simply Reliable Studios Saturday Shenanigans. Again, Walter Cruz, who fucking broke me for the first time in 2026. Congratulations. Our own elegant Ash from Canada, eh? The other half of the Canadian Connection, Nick, who of course will let you know what the order of the night's going to be. Charles Schultz and James had to do a reboot. A system reboot, ironically. And we'll talk more about that here momentarily. And for anybody that's been part of the conversation in the chat, again, please like, share, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend if you've been enjoying this utter madness. And again, want to do the conversation, super chat passions. It's as simple as that. This is the money you could be using to control the conversation tonight at the Super Reliable Studios on Saturday Shenanigans. That being said, let's go ahead and move into our closer for this eve, recapping the first pay-per-view this year of TNA Wrestling. Of course, with every new beginning, there is a Genesis. And TNA had theirs tonight with TNA Genesis. Shout out to Walter, of course, who was on the call. He even called a match almost by himself. Pretty damn good job, as always, for my bruv. As again, we cover TNA Genesis exclusively on pay-per-view. Again, folks, if you did not watch TNA Genesis, there will be spoilers. You have been warned. So just keep that in mind and take that with a grain of salt. Okay, let's go ahead and run down this shebang. First and foremost on the countdown, of course, it involved Dave LaGreca, Tommy Dreamer, me, Gia Miller, and Ash by Elegance. So I guess now becoming more of a correspondent. Maybe she's trying to get in a backstage role. Speaking of women in power and empowering women, I want to give a shout out, by the way, real quick to Ed in San Antonio. Follow him on the X and stay tuned for Podium Mania, part of the GCW Collective, part of WrestleMania Week, and all women's professional wrestling show. Tickets are still available, folks, so please follow Podium Mania and Ed in San Antonio on the X and the GCW Collective for further information. Get your tickets today. We will be covering that, as you saw, part of our watch lunch schedule. Go check out the interview we had with him discussing Podium Mania and more. Hope to do it again real soon. And again, stay tuned for further coverage of the GCW shows to come in and out of the collective. Shout again to our GCW correspondent team that covered, of course, Streets of Rage as we cover Crime Wave literally tomorrow or today if you're on the East Coast. Now, that being said, let's go ahead and talk about TNA Genesis. A couple of matches on the countdown as Stax defended the International Championship against KJ also from GCW, speaking of which. BDE and Eric Young. I don't know what the cleanse is. Don't ask me. We did not get anything cleansed as Stax, like a thief in the night, thanks to that Jezebel and her involvement sometimes, he was able to leave with the championship. The other countdown match.
Hold on. I gotta say, KJ also showed his ass, showed why I love GCW and why I like it, dude. He has got to be on TNA's radar or WWE now after that showing. He really showed out.
Yeah, I'm about to say, it was definitely a breakout performance for him. You might wonder, would he become part of the X division to come? So, again, only time will tell. All right, and then, of course, we had an impromptu tag match with Vicious Vicky, someone from the independent scene, with Indy Hartwell, taking on Tessa Blanchard and Mila Moore. And the Elegance brand and Victoria Crawford, everyone and their mother got involved here, and it was a clusterfuck. And again, no problem. As I see private chat things being
oh my god, this match was just the most random put together shit that started out of a backstage segment.
About to say, and you also came up with a new hashtag because of it. Damn.
Oh god.
So that's two ways Walter's brought me tonight, in case you are keeping track. Also accurate. That being said, that was the countdown in a nutshell. Nothing of relevance except KJ Orso's performance. Now moving on. We go inside the actual pay-per-view. To start off, it was Flop Dollar versus Rich Swann. I can't believe
I can't lie. That surprised the shit out of me how good that match was.
I was bloody shocked. Legitimately, I was bloody shocked. Rich Swann trying to counter the what do you call it? The down payment, the choke slam, and multiple times Rich Swann was able to counter through. There was everything from a destroyer on AJ Francis. He flipped and flopped up and over the top rope a couple of times throughout this match. He did pull off his second rope moonsault. He hit a Styles Clash and somehow survived Rich Swann Swan Song 450 splash. He pulled him up deadlift style out of the Styles Clash position, hoisted him up on the shoulders, clutched him to death by his throat, hit a down payment choke slam, and AJ Francis won. What the fuck?
I think Rich Swann's mistake was when he hit that 450, he went off the second rope. Had he gone to the top rope, he might have got enough leverage to get him. Then he hesitated on the cover of that front splash, too.
Yeah, and again, you're not really wrong there based on what happened. Following that, keeping it short, sweet, and simple as I do here, who wants to walk with Elijah? Because Elijah took on Mustafa Ali, had some sort of person introduce him, and Charles always wants to walk with Elijah. It was everything I expected. The Order of 4, right before the bell rung, even got involved here. Elijah tried to neutralize them, most of the great hands, as Agent Sarah and Tasha Steelz was also out there escorting Mustafa Ali for a good duration of this match. Though Mustafa Ali and Elijah pretty dead even for the most part. It was spot at one point, though, with Ali's back in the corner. Elijah did hit the Highway Man's Farewell, the Tombstone Power Driver for a near fall eventually. Went for it again. Tasha Steelz got involved. And at one point with Elijah, we thought he was going to win. Agent Zero came out, pulled the official, looked there. The referee was admonishing him, told him, you got to go backstage. The Great Hands were trying to be like, wait a minute. Great Hands were pushed backstage. Next thing you know, Tasha Steelz, who was about to be sent away on the Highway Man's Farewell, she was saved by Mustafa Ali after a guitar was brought in, bashed across Elijah's back, and Mustafa Ali won via crooked roll-up. So,
Yep, that's pretty much what happened. Do we walk with Elijah now, or do we go horseback riding with him?
Well, it wasn't a horse this time, but the jury is out. Maybe he needs a horse to get a victory. I don't know. You tell me.
He got horses in the back.
And, ever since he did that with the horse, now he keeps using the mule kick, which is pretty much how the horses kick the hell out of you if you approach them from behind neither.
This is also accurate. About to say, I mean, he literally kicked like a horse during this. Quite surprising, by the way. Oh, yeah, and Ryan Nemeth pinned Mara Sade. Moving on.
That shit happened.
Yes, that was a legitimate match, by the way. Just putting it out there. This was the first real...
I'm trying to remember more what I said during that match that cracked you up now.
Something about how that's the closest he's going to get to a woman's or something like that.
Oh, my God.
Something about, the closest a woman's touching him or something like that.
Legit.
I've seen Mara Sade have some good matches in the Indies. Does she not have a good one here? Or
she looks pretty strong.
She did her part.
Yeah, but Ryan Nemeth was the winner. Why?
Oh, God.
Yeah, put that.
I can admit he did make her look good. It's just that these two, I don't know. It's just that the match wasn't as.
This was not the best use of Mara Sade.
It's not the use of either one of them, but Ryan, I would admit, as much as I don't like him, he did make her look good.
Yeah, I'll give you that much. That being said, shout out to Nick Ferrantes. Follow him, of course, folks, if you choose to, or don't, because he thinks that's creepy, because he might be having technical difficulties, or he might be going GTSing. Who knows? Again. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about what was an absolutely incredible sleeper and a really fun farewell, Walter. Take it away for this.
Oh, yeah, man. JDC and Eddie Edwards, hard-hitting, no system out. They just let them go. They said, brother, give it to me. JDC started. They shook hands, hugged. Eddie was getting into the crowd. JDC's like, all right, you're kissing ass a little too much. As soon as Eddie turned around, he rolled him up and almost got a 3 count. The match was almost 5 seconds long. This shit was funny to me. I don't know why that was funny, but the JDC was like, yo, pay attention. Like, he was like trying to teach Eddie something. And then those two they went at it. They did not half-ass anything. Between the chops, JDC's chest was red as hell. At one point, JDC literally hit 3 different shout-outs to Y2J. He did the code breaker, and then he did the different versions of the
Boston
His
Crab, the
finisher.
Lion
Why the
Tamer.
hell can't I think of it right now? Yeah.
The Lion Tamer. You called it Lion Claimer or something like that. You botched the name of that move.
Yeah, the Lion Chamber.
Lion Chamber. That's it. Lion Chamber.
Yeah.
Lion Tamer.
Yeah. And the Walls of Jericho. He did both versions of it. The one with the knee and the one without it.
He also did a callback to his Fashion Police partner. You remember Breezango, Tyler Breeze? He did a beauty shot.
Yep, he did that. Eddie kicked out, and then Eddie literally hit 2 Boston Tea Parties. JDC defiantly kicked out twice. And then pretty much Eddie was like, please don't make me do this. Then he hit that crazy, I don't know what the hell you call that. What was that move?
Something that you called it during our call at one point. Die Hard Driver.
Die Hard Driver. Yeah, there you go. He did that, then set back up for the Boston Knee Party. And finally, as defiant as it was, JDC went down. But literally, this was my match of the night. And I didn't do it justice with the recap because I can't remember everything because my fucking brain. But
you know, leave the people actually encouraged to go watch it themselves, and I wholeheartedly agree. As I see Ash taking notes, as she always does. Ash, are you starting your need to watch list for 2026? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I also got it color coded for the month too.
I love Ash's freaking organization. Continue, Walter.
yeah, but these two, and then literally some of the roster came out, including the president Carlos, and just applauded. You can see the emotions on JDC's face as he went up the ramp. He shook hands with the sign guy from Texas, the famous kind of audience viewer. He shook hands with everybody. He even shook hands with the ringside doctor. And then he shook hands with the commentators. Everybody walked up, took his final bow, and then finally left. But man, what a career! What a match, dude! What a way to go out.
Yeah, right. Like literally, with retirement done right. And there was another nod, by the way. Eddie Edwards had JDC in a sleeper, and I kid you not, you could meme side by side the smile of John Cena's face in Gunther and JDC's smile with Eddie Edwards. But JDC picked him up.
Yeah, he smiled, but he didn't tap.
So again, a very compelling setup and a first time ever one-on-one match with two friends that have known each other since 2004, where they first tagged together outside TNA. So the chemistry was truly on point here for this match. It was tremendous. And again, thank you, JDC, Dirty Dangle, Fandango, John Dangle Curse, whatever incarnation or nameplate you want to call him. A hell of a run for 26 years.
Final dance. He gets to tangle off to the sunset.
Well, it was their last dance, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That being said, the definition of this is strange, to say the least. Wouldn't you agree, Walter?
Yeah, I was fine with it till the ending. I'm like, what the hell? Okay. Of course, all the shenanigans that anything that would do the Hardys and the Righteous would go. They were doing each other. At one point, the Righteous did the Hardys move. They literally did the Twist of Fate into the Swanton, which almost got the Hardys, and then he kind of. But then it wasn't Vic. It was the other Dutch that was outside the ring. Said we like this. We like to get hurt in the middle of the match. He said that right before the ending. I was like, huh? And then of course the Twist of Fate into the Swanton, and they just pinned. But awkwardly, he got up and was smiling after. So something tells me this isn't over. It was really, really weird. After he got pinned, he kind of got up and smiled. Which is why I said these four are going to get into a weird-ass schizophrenic steel cage match. I'm telling you.
Wait, isn't that copyrighted?
I don't know. Schizophrenic steel cage match. Walter's newest idea since the reverse battle royale.
Or a padded room match, or it's going to end up in a compound match at the Hardy's compound. So something's going to go nuts. I don't know. Something tells me it ain't over. I don't understand why they did that, but he literally just went, we like to get hurt. This is what we want out of you. Almost like they were trying to convince the Hardys that they wanted them to step up like this. They were trying to play mind games, but
Yeah, I got vibes of freaking Al Snow just asking for pain when he was the freaking hardcore champion back during the Attitude Era of the Righteous here. And again, it was mental warfare from the get-go right before the bell. There was a couple times where Vincent looked like he was begging off or asking forgiveness. And again, it was just a really weird dance. At one point, I thought Jeff Hardy was doing something of a Sister Abigail, but it was more like a modified cravat submission hold with a
I don't know what the hell that was. And at one point, it seemed like Righteous was getting into the mind of Jeff, where he like hesitated. I don't know if you noticed, but when he was on the apron, it's almost like he didn't want to hit them. And I don't know. It's almost like they were mind controlling Jeff. It was like a weird. I don't know. So I think they're doing something to Jeff mentally. I don't know. Maybe reverting to Willow or Brother Nero. They were doing something where Jeff was staying still in the cave, almost like he didn't want to be in the match anymore. It was like really weird. So they got some kind of mind control over him.
But I mean, for all we know, they might want the Hardys to be broken again. Maybe they think that's righteous. Dig what I'm saying, man? I don't know what I was dealing with. It was
Maybe they waiting till the Hardys snap.
the Hardys.
Ah, see what I did there?
Okay. I see what you did there. But you know what? That's a fair analysis. And that being said, James right now is digging that. So.
All right, you better cut that off. Only play like 5 seconds, or we're getting
Ash just had to stare with what was going on.
Yeah, that was bizarre for her because she doesn't understand what the righteous really is. But basically, Ash, you'll dig what we're saying soon enough.
Join us, Ash.
Remember from AEW, so
You should join us, Ash. Dig what I'm saying,
agree.
man.
James.
Yeah, I feel like it's a cult following now.
Gonna have the audience snapping.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid, he says. All right, but here's something.
Snap out of it.
Well, here, I'll help Ash. I mean, because here's something that Ash can look at and smile at because legit, y'all remember Delta? Zarya brought her back for one night only. This was a tremendous battle of warrior spirit. I mean, again, I'll spearhead this, the advocate of women's wrestling. Legit. Why, again, F the Fed, because that's just the way I am.
Yep.
This was Zarya's best match since being signed to WWE. It was a battle of the champion overcoming the power. Yes, Ash.
Was Zarya her powerhouse self that she was down in Australia?
Oh, yes, she was.
Thank fuck. Where was that Zarya this whole fucking time, I tell ya?
It was that and more. Zarya really put on a showing. It was between this and the JDC match for the match of the night.
Yeah, but bar none. And to your point, Ash, Shawn Michaels, Lee Fitting, and Paul Levesque, who apparently don't understand what Zarya truly is capable of, or Julia. Sorry, did I say that out loud? That being said,
You're wrong on that front. You ain't wrong on that front.
I know I'm not fucking wrong on that front. That being said, Delta, Zarya, she really brought that warrior spirit out. This was a battle of warriors as it was booked as against Layling Lee. A lot of mutual respect amongst these two. Layling Lee trying to overcome the power of Zarya, neutralizing that power. A critical moment here was when Zarya went shoulder first in the ring post, but this was after we saw Walter. Zarya hit her F6 spearing Layling Lee back to Singapore. Jesus. But the F6 knocked the referee's head off. At one point, the Elegance brand came out because remember, Zoruka is going to be in a triple threat against Gwen Sinclair and Kendall Gray and Fatal Influence for a number one contenders match for, get this, folks, TNA's Knockouts Tag Team Championships, not the WWE Tag Team Championships. This coming
Dude, she broke her in half with that spear. That is crazy. And had a referee that got hit, we would have had a new champion.
Yeah, bar none. But thankfully, Zaya Brooks and Soruka, they neutralized the bimbo party, as Walter put it, backstage, so they didn't get involved here. And that being said, it was truly down to these two one-on-one as they both continued fighting back through on their feet. At one point, Layling Lee was able to hoist Zarya up and over with a pump handle suplex. I was extremely impressed. But again, Zarya would just not stay down. She did finally, though, neutralize some of her power after going for another spear in the corner and went shoulder first. And this was the tell point here. in the ring post. Layla Lee focused her attack on that as these two continue to duke it out. At one point, it was just reaction. Kick, rip off the ropes, lariat, both women down, both women going back up to their knees, fighting for position. I feel like I was watching the final round of a Mortal Kombat match here.
Yeah, she got her in that. I think the STF that after she hurt her shoulder, she almost pulled that out of the socket. Dude.
And then Zarya somehow still got back up on her feet while Layla Lee was up on the shoulders, able to escape after Zarya was looking to take her down under. Meanwhile, Layla Lee was finally able to neutralize Zarya down to her level. I don't know what sort of spirit she called, but she somehow found the strength inside her to hoist Zarya up on her shoulders, hit the Warriors Way, and retain the TNA Knockouts World Championship.
Yeah, I don't know how she hit that Warriors Way. That shit was crazy.
And mutual respect shown after the fact as Zarya shook the hand of Layla Lee. Of course, this is Zarya's second ever chance for the TNA Knockouts World Championship as Delta previously challenged Jordan Grace down under in Australia. But this was a tremendous match. So hopefully WWE realizes who Zarya is and actually book her better. That being said, while we go a little bit silent and we got 2 matches left to discuss, coming in now late into Saturday Shenanigans is the original moderator at the Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams. Let's bring him into the fray. Hello, JJ. How are you this evening? Dig what we've been putting down lately, man. As always. All right. That being said, JJ, go ahead. Lend your opening.
Damn, you just came home and you drank the Kool-Aid that fast?
Bro, the righteous finger snap is so fetch, isn't it, Ash?
Look at her. She's just gazing.
Menacingly gazing.
I'm about to say. Ash is right now thinking about this heavily. Think what I'm saying, man? That being said, JJ, how are you, bro?
I got a lot to learn about that tag team. I don't know what y'all are drinking, but it sure as hell ain't Kool-Aid.
That Vincent and Dutch. Vincent and Dutch, look them up. Ring of Honor, AEW, and now they're in TNA. This was their first match since signing to TNA. Now the more you know.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
I don't know about Kool-Aid, but I've got a bunch of Dr. Pepper right here, so.
This, of course, is always stimulated by Mountain Dew, the classic Mountain Dew tonight. So there you go.
I got the classic dihydrogen monoxide.
Very nice. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. For those that
Wait, what did she say?
I said dihydrogen monoxide. That's the chemical compound for water.
Why did you say it like that?
Because that's what it is.
It's literally what Ashes has at this moment. The dihydrogen monoxide, for those that don't know, is the chemical formula for water with 2 hydrogen.
Two hydrogen molecules and 1 oxygen.
Yeah, very good. This is the chemical compound formula for the breathing life we all know as water.
Listen. I get that part. I just don't know why.
James, but the hydrogen
bullshit.
Oh, JJ denying science.
I think the Canadian education system is way better.
Well, that being said, I mean, I didn't go bowling on Friday, but I did take chemistry in high school, so I know a thing or two about balancing chemical equations. Not that I'm trying to bring out the nerd out of me tonight, but Ash, thank you for doing that. That being said, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Again, we're discussing TNA Genesis, and again, JJ is completely oblivious to the fact that he was at work, hardworking man, focusing priorities over passions. But JJ, Zarya, for the first time since being part of NXT, actually was brought to life during Genesis tonight. I was actually fairly impressed.
That's good. I knew this match was going to slap.
Yeah.
You know, I just knew this was going to be a banner.
It's one of the few things done right since we've seen this new era. That being said, again, Ash, you got your homework. I expect your report next week, Sunday night, and I will have a 4-score rubric for you on the Righteous. I expect you to tell me a little bit more about what you dig about them and what they represent.
Speaking of homework, did Ash do her homework from last week?
Yes, the assignment is due, Ash.
Remember, she had to watch Brett versus Owen from WrestleMania 10.
Yeah, I didn't watch it yet.
Why am I not surprised?
I mean,
Let her grade down.
I mean, why not? Like that's a WrestleMania match, right?
Yes.
Yes. On YouTube.
Why not save it for next month because February is Valentine's Day, right? I was thinking since February is like, in the month of Valentine's Day, why not use all of February to, watch every single Bret Hart WrestleMania match? Even February is Heart Month after all, am I right?
Fascinating decision. I like.
Look at her stealing the pun gimmick.
I mean, she's learning from all of us here, but whether or not she has that written down her agenda book.
I admire the pun, and I admire your attempt to, the dog ate my homework, weasel your way out of it.
No. That's what I actually was thought of doing.
But you were given a task, lady.
You were.
You had one job, just one match. You could have gone back and watched it again in Heart Month, but
That's
let's be
February.
real. Nobody wants to watch Bret Hart versus Vince McMahon on purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We don't need to watch that. So, like,
Plus, February is NXT Black and Gold month for me and Noah, so we're already busy.
Guys, leave my girl alone, man. Like, leave her be.
Your girl? Is there something we don't know, James?
Oh my God! Stop.
All right,
like
hold on.
that.
Time out. We've had enough madness for one night. Walter already broke me, and Man in the Suit's going to make sure to keep law and order after that because we are not going down that proverbial hole because Walter, damn it, is fired from AMC production. That being said, moving on to Genesis, there's 2 matches left, and I do believe we all have something to say about one of these 3 men because we all do still believe in Joe Henry. And of course,
he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
That's fair.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Who did that? Anyway, that being said, Joe Hendry, of course, coming back home from TNA 1 year ago, might I add, when he won the TNA World Championship, became the most viral sensation across the entire professional wrestling landscape, was in this unique triple threat exhibition amongst Sid Alexander and Moose. As of course, Leon Slater did talk to us via a Sky feed that he will be back here and he will defend the X-Division Championship against Sid Alexander and Moose as originally contractually obligated. They actually did show footage from SmackDown of him challenging Kamala Hayes for the United States Championship, which I thought was a nice touch. And I only got one thing to say about this. Moose is a guy that is dedicated to the craft and dedicated to showing what TNA is about and why he is the face of the franchise. Because legit, I thought he injured himself out of this match, and he wrestled through that the rest of the entire match.
He legit got hurt. I thought I saw the X come up and everything. He got backdropped. He got backdropped into the steps. The dude never stood up straight again for the rest of the match, and somehow still did sentons and running into the spear, running into the turnbuckle full speed. This dude is a beast.
Yeah, about to say, when he got that bat body drop on the steel ring steps on his tailbone, legitimately, it stopped the match for Joe Henry Alexander as the referee, medical staff, even the president came down to check on Moose, and they're like, Moose, you can't really be able to do this. And he was feeling his hands just trying to even get up on his feet. At one point, though, Cedric and Joe try to be focused on the task at hand, the win here tonight, representing TNA at Genesis, despite the fact one's NXT. Again. And there were moments where they even paused and looked at Moose, wondering, is this man going to come back in here? Can he continue? And basically, we were just continuing on from there. When Moose came into play, though, and literally Joe Hendry and Cedric saw Moose, and Moose asked for them to bring it. They did, one at a time, fist to fist, as he kept doing this. And eventually, Moose got back up on his feet, and Moose was full throttle the rest of the match. To Walter's point, go to hell, spear, drop kick. So much going on literally during this. Counter offense for counter offense for counter offense. At one point, there was a superplex takeover and the stalling vertical drop, and then a freaking 5-star frog splash to make Eddie Guerrero or Rob Van Dam proud, all in sequence with Cedric in the final move. No one was able to get a fall at this point. At one point, we literally thought Alexander won because he hit the lumbar check, but he was unable to get the feet properly underneath the shoulders, so he couldn't cover Moose at the time. Moose then capitalized on the center, went up the second rope for the springboard, and caught him with a spear out of mid-air. And then Moose literally, at this point, we thought that we were going to see him get the win, but Joe Hendry came in and hit a standing ovation and got the win.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 year later, on a man that's done Jack Diddley since being part of NXT, being fed to Dark State as their bitch, comes back home to remind us why we should believe, and wins at Genesis. Not the World Title, not the main event, but like I told Walter on the freaking feed, sometimes when you're looking for a reset, you gotta go back home and find once again who you were. Joe Hendry did that. But it does make me wonder, to Walter's point, could Joe Hendry now be possibly in line for an X Division Championship match? There to be determined. Again, Walter, we talked about verbatim, though, Moose's will to continue on through this, not even able to stand up vertically, just wow.
Yeah, wow. But it did look good to see Joe Hendry between the yellow ropes again.
Yeah, representing TNA. Anyway, a shout out to Tilla, of course. No. The answer is no. That being said, shut it. That being said, it led us to our main event, but not before Santino Marella called David McGregor, Gia Miller, Tommy Dreamer, and everyone out, including Ash, by Elegance, to announce their predictions. Oh, fuck that shit. The freaking suit came out and took control. I like Daria's style. And be like, no one wants to hear your predictions. We got a match to do. We got a main event, so let's keep this thing rolling. Production. I like this woman. Let's talk more action. This is professional wrestling, damn it. Let's get to the wrestling, damn it. And we got immediately into our main event. Now, Walter was, again, very passionate and very determined in his mindset going into this based on what could happen, what should happen, and what he hoped didn't happen. So I'm going to let Walter take this away, talking about what he threatened to do if they didn't treat this the right way, and what Walter saw and what I'm sure he's very happy about. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, if they had the NXT person win this damn title, or sorry, not NXT. What am I talking about? I was thinking of the other one. Had they had Nick cash in that and pin Mike Santana, I was gonna boycott TNA. I was like, yo, I'm not calling TNA. If they made Santana lose this title after 2 days of title reign, I was going to be pissed. But I'll give Nick credit. He called it down the middle, and these two fought everywhere. Like, literally, they were backstage on pure cement, throwing trash cans at one another, walking through the crowd. I kept telling you through the feed, Noah, of course Nick is going to call it down the middle because he doesn't give a damn. He wants them to beat both of each other's asses so that it makes it easier for when he cashes in that he can just get the 1, 2, 3.
Let's be honest, Walter. There was some slow counts to the 3 count, despite the fact that's only the first half towards victory in this match. I'm just saying.
It did take me a little out of it that you had to pin and then go to a 10 count. It was a little weird, but yeah, they went all the way back to where the cars come through in the garage entrance. They threw each other in the big steel or aluminum door that opens for the garage. They literally went all throughout the arena. This crazy ass Santana tried to jump off the railing where the audience is down to hit Kazarian. If he did that, it would have been over for both of them because that was pure cement. There's no mat. There was no soft landing. There was nothing. It was pure concrete.
Yep.
I'm actually thankful that Kazarian got up and stopped him from doing that because that would have been crazy. And I wouldn't put it past Santana to do it.
I mean, we are talking about a guy that was previously involved in a match called a Concrete Jungle where they wrestled on an incomplete ring and the floorboards were leveling underneath them. I'm just saying. Continue.
Yeah, that's right. Then
that in the parking lot brawl.
Kazarian pulled out a 20-foot ladder, I think. I'm not sure. That shit was a tall-ass ladder.
Oh, yeah.
And then, before that, the freaking table spot. I don't know how Kazarian kicked out. He kicked out of this crazy... I said it would have been smarter to allow the 3 count and just get up because you get extra time to get up before the 10 count. But he literally kicked out of the pinfall. I was like, it would have been smarter to take the pinfall and get up by 10. But
I
Santana
still say,
did.
yeah, but Walter, like I said, Nemeth was very delayed towards the 3 in that particular count. After freaking to your point, Mike Santana hit a damn 5-star frog splash or Eddie Guerrero splash, Olele, off the top of that ladder, through Kazarian, through the damn table.
Yeah, but I forgot to mention the Kazarian. Santana got the first pinfall through the table on the outside, but Frankie Kazarian was able to get up by about an 8 count. He literally got to his feet. So once you get flat-footed, they have to stop the count. Is what I assume that was. Then Frankie got a 3 count on Santana, where they both were out there. Santana got up at what, like 9.5. He almost reached 10, almost lost.
That cutter off the apron to a jumping Santana and Kazarian catching him out mid-air, jumping off the apron through that table to the floor. Good Lord, human car wreck.
And then Santana Frankie came in, stood up, was setting up the table in that ladder, and out of nowhere, the corner of the left screen, all you see is a bat with a damn barbed wire wrapped around it out of nowhere. It looked like a horror movie. Like, all you saw in the corner was, boom, you barely saw Santana. You just saw the bat and barbed wire.
A shout out to Sammy Callahan. And he used it.
Yeah, he damn sure did, to the point where the barbed wire broke off and he had to wrap it around his arm to hit
his block. And to your point, I think he caught Kazarian in the throat.
Yeah, he hit that buckshot 150 with it.
Yeah, and of course we got the 3 count again, reluctantly by Nick Nemeth, and this was the point that both men literally exhausted everything possible and then some, as both men used the ropes trying to get up to their feet. But to Walter's point, last possible second, Kazarian slipped, could not stand vertically, and Mike Santana won.
Yep, he slipped on that. Then President Carlos came out, gives him the title. Nick surprisingly grabbed Santana's hand, started showing every side of the crowd as they do. Then he hit, I almost called it the zigzag, but that's not what it's called anymore.
Danger zone.
Danger zone. Went, grabbed the trophy, went to go get it. Was calling for a referee because I thought he'd cheat, be his own ref, but I guess it's an unwritten rule. You can't count your own thing, though. They had to wait for a ref to get down, but the bell never rang. Santana recovered, hit the
spin the block.
What did he hit? The spin the block?
Yep. Took his damn head off.
Yeah, took Nick's head off, and then there never was an official cash-in, so then we went off the air with Santana celebrating.
Yep. So overall, I say a 4-match show. Was it worth 40? You got, $10 each match. So maybe so. I probably spent no more than 30. But this defined to me at least a little bit what TNA wrestling has been all about. And also, thank you, JDC. So if you don't do nothing else with your time, find a way. If you're not going to buy a pay-per-view, go watch these 4 matches. They'll be worth your time. But overall, far better standard of what TNA is all about on pay-per-view versus what was the television product. And Walter and I had pretty fun on this call. So, Walter, your closing thoughts on TNA Genesis?
Yeah, it was fun, but really, okay. I did expect to get a little emotional with JDC and everything, but it's not like I was the biggest, Dirty Dingo fan or followed him. I'm not gonna just lie and kiss his ass just because it was his last match, but they really put on a show. Him and Eddie went all out. I did not expect. Like I told you on air, I came in kind of with low expectation after the AMC thing and everything, but it kind of blew me out of the water. That, and I expected the knockouts match to obviously be great, but those 2 matches really, really lived up to it. It might have been worth it just for those 2 matches alone, if anything.
Yeah, right? You would have thought that these 2 matches would have been on a freaking premiere considering what TNA is all about, but that's a whole different conversation. But yeah, in a nutshell, folks, that was TNA Genesis. So again, you may not have saw it, but you heard about it. So feel free to lend your thoughts towards what you think about what TNA Genesis is showing towards its new beginning. James, I see your hand, and it's good to have you on here, folks. So go ahead and speak your mind.
I'm only going to say this because I haven't actually watched it. I plan on watching it tomorrow before our next watch-along call for GC Dub. So I am going to watch it. and talk about that aspect of it on TISM. So that's why you'll hear my thoughts on Genesis there. But yeah, sounds like it was a way better show and a way better presentation of TNA, which is good. They've always had decent pay-per-views. That's TNA's bread and butter, has been for years. I don't think that's the problem. Obviously, it's the TV. I'm glad that the pay-per-view was good, though, so I'm glad I don't have to dread when I watch the show, so I'm happy. And I'm actually surprised that some of the matches were as decent as people are saying, especially the AJ and Rich Swann match. I'm surprised people really like that. So, sounds like it was an overall pretty damn good show, with the exception of maybe the Hardys match, which we all know how I feel about them. But I do like the Righteous though, so dig what I'm saying.
It wasn't that the match was bad. It was just like weird, like how it ended. It almost like they wanted to lose on purpose. I don't know. It was like more like the story, not the match itself.
Yeah, this match was more psychological warfare than even the Hardys can handle. How do you counter an Enigma? Ask the Righteous, because it seems like they were doing it to quite a degree. Dig what I'm saying? All right, anyway, thank you for that, James. Charles, your thoughts on our TNA Genesis simple recap based on an outlook that you probably did watch. You also were involved heavily in the chat as we were covering it.
Well, one, I watched the entire show when you were covering it, so.
Oh, good on you. Respect.
Well, I did that plus watching GCW, so I'm crazy.
This man is dedicated to the SRS. This man right here, man. Watching both shows, both coverages. Crazy. Crazy.
Yep. I'll drive myself crazy at the same time.
Well, sanity is only as long as you have it. Continue.
Also, I love this right here.
Jesus Christ, JJ.
I side with JJ on this one.
How about PayPal Noah the 20 at least? Come on.
If you're gonna do anything at my expense, I'm gonna freaking drain your wallets from it.
Damn.
All right. Continue, Charles.
First of all, we played damn near how all these songs feels like longer than 5 seconds.
Always not saying non-copyright. That might be the only saving grace why it hasn't been striked yet. Continue.
Exactly.
Charles.
There you go. But overall, I enjoyed the show.
All right, fair enough.
Well, I was going to continue my point before
Your microphone went stupid. Try again.
Well, I muted because my dog's going crazy.
Fair enough.
But animals. I enjoyed it overall. Also, I hate the fact that I got the one match. Actually, more than one match wrong on the show. Especially the Elijah match. I am sad.
I told you, order 4.
Shut up, Noah. Shut up.
Look, I don't know if you
Shut up, Noah.
I don't know if you filled out the form either. I don't know his score, because again, if he didn't fill out the form, he's got to score a 0 regardless. Because again, nothing's official.
Order 4 is like the system. You have to trust them. Stop going against them.
And of course, we know this coming Thursday on Impact, the system will be reinvented as JDC will officially retire and announce the newest member. Also, this coming Thursday, someone's getting fired because Feast or Fire is back as well. We also know Elena Black will have something to say. Oh, by the way, Elena Black did come out and look down upon the TNA Knockouts World Champion after the match. I think we all know what she's setting her sights on. And also, Jeff Hardy will go one-on-one against Mustafa Ali, and Indy Hartwell will go one-on-one against M by Elegance. That's all this Thursday, folks, on Impact on AMC.
And I will say this, as far as the tag title match goes, Walter, I'm saying it now. This is going to continue. It's going straight to the Hardy compound.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that honestly, that's probably accurate.
Where could this go?
Good point, because I don't think the Righteous know where their garden is in their heads.
No, but it'll be just batshit insane.
Can you imagine the Hardys actually going to the Righteous domain if they had one? That'd be weird.
I'll be first, and then the Hardy compound. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the blow-off match can be in the treehouse.
And
I see what you did there.
It would be hard to shoot it, though, because I think it would be awful smoky in there.
Not unless RVD's there, but Katie Force would probably have to hold the door open. That being said,
not unless RVD is there. Is their slogan not "smoke 'em if you got 'em"? RVD ain't got to be there, bro. There's 4 of them.
There was 4 of them.
And if
There
the
was
women
4
are
of them.
partaking too, that's 6 people smoking in the treehouse.
All right,
I see what you did there, James.
I see what you're trying to do, but I don't think TNA crosses over that hard in AEW, but that would be
Hey, you
something
know what?
else.
It is from 6 to 9 o'clock. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, again,
True.
you got all the factoids there, but it's not April 20th. But again, we'll see. That being said, Ash has a lot of research to do, but let's go ahead and get Ash's impressions based on what she heard, outside the fact that she's not digging what the righteous are throwing down.
Oh.
Go ahead, Ash.
This looks like it's a 4-match show that I gotta make the time to watch those matches whenever I can, because your girl is not the best at, finding time for wrestling, because as much as I love wrestling, it's just, yeah.
That's fair.
Sometimes when I come home from work, I work late nights, and the last thing I want to do is watch a wrestling match, because when I'm watching wrestling, I want to be in that right mindset. I want to watch it because I want to, not because I have to.
Accurate. Well, I mean, shoot, as far as I'm concerned, you never have to watch a match. Everybody's a choice. Why the frick do you think I only watch highlights courtesy of WWE matches on YouTube? Thank you to that great YouTube channel for anything WWE.
Yeah, so I'm definitely going to be checking out those 4 matches when that's going to be, whenever that may be, because I have a back catalog of a lot of matches that have been recommended to me that I have to be like in the right mindset in order to watch, because
I think you have as many matches. I think
Sorry?
you have as many matches to watch as Jeff Meacham has movies that have been recommended to him over the years.
Oh,
and it might be as extensive as Jericho's list of 1,004 holds.
Well, at least her matches are more dynamic than the list.
Well, I will say
don't
this.
know about that. The list is pretty iconic, more iconic and more inspirational than another tag team, but that's a whole other story.
I was about to say the list of matches I have yet to watch is equally as alarming and concerning as the list of movies that I haven't watched list, because one of my friends is a big movie buff, and he'd be like, "Hey Ash, have you seen insert movie here?" And he'll respond with, "Let me guess, you didn't watch, did you?" I'm like, "Nope." He was like, "Yeah, of course not."
Well, they should be more proactive than the SmackDown Women's Champion. Anyway, that being said,
Ooh, you got JJ here.
I don't give a
you're right. Oh shit! I was about to say, who the hell's the SmackDown champion? Oh yeah, it's Jade.
Yeah, that's why it's irrelevant. That being said, Walter, do you have anything else you want to say before we close the book on this?
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
but even Grace has said something about that. Jordan Grace, on Twitter, went after her, saying that she had 0 defenses.
72 days. Yeah, great champion. Go cover on a magazine and give the title to somebody that actually wrestles. Julia, make her a wrestler again. When did that happen? Oh, that's right, when she was in Stardom. What is she in WWE now? No idea.
What's hilarious is he can sit here and he can rant and he can rave and he can bitch and he can rip my girl down, but more people care about Jade than care about Statlander.
Well, JJ, when you cover a company that can cover Joe Smo from Kokomo and anyone can be complacent versus passionate, and when one has far more wrestling IQ than the other and value, where wrestling matters more in AEW than in WWE, where it's all about advertising and entertainment, I'd say it's 2020, but you cover your underwhelming bitch. Why I cover the better wrestler.
You know what? Her defenses is equal to how many matches get won by Blue Thunderbombs.
Yeah, that's true, honestly. Chris Statlander actually has 3.
Damn.
Damn. It goes to show.
So then, Walter, so what you're telling me is once she defends the title, she will have defended the championship more times than the Blue Thunderbomb wins the matches.
Yep.
That'd be fair. You know what? That'd be fair. At this point, it doesn't matter if a move finishes the match. It matters if the champion's credible to the championship. And Jade right now is not. So that being said, that concludes the shenanigans for this evening. Unless someone else has anything to say regarding Genesis, of course, or what you believe the future holds, the new beginning for TNA Wrestling. Folks, Charles, I do see your hand before we wrap up things here around the 3-hour mark. What you guys say real quick?
I will say, also, I am damn disappointed with at least one thing. We better get that Rondango theme on Thursday.
I'm not thinking it's gonna happen.
And also Tyler Blaze on that show too, please. That's all I ask.
Tyler, the one last time the fashion police show up and whoever clicked that, you're fired. That being said, again,
How can you fire? That's what we're doing. We get paid.
simple like
Again, these songs have played.
again, I could just literally do this.
Why should
Except he didn't do it. It was the original host of the show that did it.
You got remove button 2, bruv. Who clicks it first? That being said,
Look, JJ's got Batman right behind him. I don't think I want to vote JJ right now.
Batman
Get the rapper
died last
Batman.
movie when he threw that bomb out across the. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I spoiling something? How many Batmans have there been? All right, shut the fuck up, Charles. Shut up when the suit's speaking.
Ouch.
That being said, again, folks, thank you for tuning in to the Saturday Shenanigans.
JJ's got his hand up.
What you gotta say, real quick?
If at all possible, I know myself and James joined late. I was curious about running back through the opening topic so that me and him could give our quick shot thoughts.
Quick, quote unquote. All right, get your 3-minute last man stand in. Talk about the signings. You go first.
Well, I was hoping you could at least rattle through them. You can bypass the CMLL ones. I have no knowledge of them, so I have no opinion if I'm being fair. Hobbs, if he is WWE bound, I say it's the right decision. You know, no disrespect to AEW, but it's well documented they don't know how to book big men there. WWE is the land of the big men. Whether it's main roster or NXT, you know, if it's NXT, you slot him right into the spot that Oba just left.
That's what we were talking about. Yes.
You know, I've said it. I've heard a lot of people say it. So I know I'm not the only person thinking it. If you go main roster, you put him on whatever brand Oba doesn't go to, because you don't want them both on the same brand. You know, maybe let them meet in the Royal Rumble and have that stare down, kind of like when Jade first debuted and we had her and Bianca stare down, teasing to something that could come down the road. But in the meantime, you just keep them separate.
All right.
James?
I agree with your sentiment, good sire.
All right, that's going to be, if that's all you're going to say for all these, this is going to be real quick. So I'll let you go first on the next one. Go.
Which of
what
course
was next?
is, yes, the other person that I respect in a suit right now, and that is Daria Ray, the new assistant to the director of authority for day-to-day operations in TNA.
I will say I'm not the biggest fan of this, but I am a fan of Sonya Deville, Daria Ray. So I will say I'm looking forward to it. That graphic above her head, though, is pretty nuts because if you know, you know. It don't look flattering. But I get it's probably some other thing, but I'm glad I'm not the only one that actually thought the other thing, unfortunately. My mind wasn't together. But anyway.
Yeah, it's supposed to be suit, which stands for shut up, I'm talking.
Exactly.
Got it. Anyway, she is, to be fair, she looks good in a suit. Anyway, she knows that. Anyway, yeah, I'm a cis white male. What do I know? I like her as a character, just not a fan of the whole GM gimmick. I feel like out of all the people that were in that weird trio of MMA fighters that they did nothing with in WWE, I feel like Sonya Deville had a lot to offer. So I wish they'd use her as a knockout. Nevertheless, they're going to utilize this version of her as a talker. We'll see what goes down. Maybe she figured, you know what, let me just take list bumps and be a character. We'll see how it goes. My overall thoughts, but I'm happy for Daria.
All right, very good. Now moving on, Daria's first order of business was to hire and sign the newest knockout. Insert the returning Atlanta Black to professional wrestling. Now looking to become the knockout. Danny Hartwell failed to do that last year and has already been eyeing the TNA Knockouts World Champion. JJ, go ahead and speak on this person you've been very fond of in your NXT that almost broke her morally.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a little bit of what Ash was saying earlier, and I completely co-sign with that. Like, when she took her hiatus last year, I didn't know if she was ever going to come back for wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she took her hiatus. She began her alternative website. She's making money hand over fist. She's young. She doesn't need to put her body through the rigors anymore. That just goes to show me how much she loves the business. That she's willing to still put her body through the rigors with as much money as she's making.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to City by the Bay. You have to go to the Casa D18 Studios YouTube channel. That one has Super Chat set up.
Doesn't count unless it goes to me. Continue. If you're gonna
Yes.
try to
I
do
can
something
always
like this,
forward
make
it to you later, damn it.
Yeah, you better. Highly unlikely.
But in any event, with Elena Black back and on the roster, and then rolling back to the Sonya Deville thing, the Daria Ray, I mentioned it on commentary when she debuted. We now have two people in TNA that are direct connections to another former wrestler who started an alternative website and hasn't really been seen much since, and that's one Mandy Rose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if this is how we get Mandy Rose back in professional wrestling now.
Honestly, yeah.
Not right away. Maybe come Slammiversary, maybe come Bound for Glory. But you've got the potential to put Fire and Desire back together. You've got the potential to have Mandy and Elena as a tandem.
Yep.
And, you know, I'd say with only two knockout tag teams, you know, they need to build the division, but one team left. You know, their contracts expired, so really need some knockouts tag teams. I'm just saying.
Or retire the titles.
That too. I'd say at this point, honestly, just unify them with the WWE women's tag titles. And then just have one tag titles for the women that can be defended across Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and Impact.
Be the ninth incarnation, but it actually might work. All right, moving on. Go ahead now and move into GCW Tag Team of the Year, courtesy of Survivor Studios Awards.
I know we've been alternating, James, but God damn it, I haven't gotten to get my piece out about this yet.
Yep, the floor is yours. Go for it.
I could not be fucking happier. I'm kind of glad he decided to dip, because I was prepared to chastise Nick a little bit, because as soon as this happened, he slid into my ex DMs telling me, instead of allowing me to go and see the match and get it myself.
Oh, jeez.
Damn it.
But if I'm being honest, with social media being social media, I would have found out before I saw it anyways, because I got home last night and I went to bed and I woke up and I went to work and I got home and here I am. And there's a GCW watch along tomorrow that I'm going to be participating in. So I don't know when I'd have been able to get back to it. Tuesday, probably at the soonest.
Accurate.
So I can't be too pissed at him spoiling it. But there's one person that I was waiting to hear from after getting this news. And that's the son of a bitch underneath me who never messaged me or anything. I heard about this from Nick. I heard about this from Ryan. I didn't hear about this from James. And James and I are the ones that called Spring Break 9 when the Busta and the Brain Train began.
Yep.
To be fair, I was
I'm
not
giving
wanting
you
to
a
tell
hard
you
time. You
because
don't need to defend yourself.
I was just, to be fair, I was only giving you the time to watch it yourself. So
But-
that's what I thought
but-
everybody was doing.
I could not be happier for these two. When we embarked on the GCW journey last year, and when we called Spring Break 9, I came on the air here. I want to say it was the Shenanigans after night 1 of Mania.
Correct.
And I spoke highly of 3 individuals: Atticus Cogar, Jordan Oliver, and Alec Price. Fast forward less than a year, and these guys have been signed.
Yeah, man.
I called them something special then. I hold to that to this day.
The amount of what ifs and possibilities and matches to come with these two gentlemen working in and out of AEW, ROH, and the Indies is limitless. You pun intended when they got the freaking call by MJF.
And I don't want to put a negative spin, even though what I'm about to say is going to sound negative. I don't mean it in a negative way. But anybody that thinks that these guys are going to be on Dynamite or even Collision anytime soon are out of their mind.
Yeah, I think it's
They're
too
going to
soon.
be in Reign of Honor.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to start there.
We will be lucky to see them doing main roster stuff by All In, All Out. And that's assuming they get consistent weekly bookings. Because as Nick pointed out, AEW's roster is bloated.
Yes.
If they aren't doing a hard brand split or adding another show, they're going to be spending a lot of time in catering.
Yep.
It just is what it is. And that's the optimistic side of things.
At the end of the day, when you work for the 2 biggest companies on the planet related to the industry, you know, as professional wrestling, there's only so much airtime you can give people. And there's only so many spots. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to say this one more time. Don't look at the company. Look at the wrestler.
Exactly.
They're getting paid, they're living their dream. That's all that should matter to you at the end of the day. If you disagree with the company, that's on you. But if you follow the wrestler, you'll follow them through the hell and back. That being said, smoke them if you got them. You talked about them earlier. Here's your
I'm
last.
not done, Noah. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
I love what Walter was saying regarding them getting the titles from Edge and Christian and Cope. But like I said in the chat, that's not the way to do it. You do it with Christian and Cope taking the titles from FTR. You let Christian and Cope lose the titles to the Bucks because the Bucks have fought Team 3D. They've fought the Hardys. You let them take the titles from Christian and Cope since the Bucks got into the game kind of idolizing the Hardys. And then you move the titles to these guys from the Bucks. Because if you watch these guys, they are very reminiscent of the Bucks.
Yeah, 100%.
And everybody knows my disdain for the Bucks. So the fact that I'm sitting here advocating for the Bucks to become tag team champions again, so that they can have a series of banners against these guys, that should say something.
All right.
Now I'm done when it comes to Busta and the Brain.
All right. Wanted to make sure.
I
Again,
did hear something beep, though. Oh, Nick, he probably heard me say his name, so he appeared.
Yeah, about to say technical difficulty, man. Let's see if he actually gets it right. He gets one chance. Nick, what you gotta say real quick?
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
No, yeah, JJ was talking about what I said about brand splits and shit, so I was like, JJ's on the same wavelength as me. I need to be here right now.
Well, we're not going down that proverbial hall of business production. If this is going to last another hour, I ain't allowing that. You can say that next week.
I've been having tech issues all night, but what JJ said is I think accurate. I mean, having them, my thing is hopefully around that time we can have kind of their complementary heel team. I don't know who that will be. I can't picture it right now. I don't know who.
It's gonna be the Young Bucks.
No. Like I'm saying, once the Young Bucks drop it, like if you're going with your scenario of the Bucks dropping it to them, like who would like?
We're going down the booking, creative booking again.
No, it's not booking. I'm just asking. When I think of the Bucks, when I think Bucks, I think FTR. Would there be the yin to their yang? I'm just asking who you guys think their yang would be.
It's an interesting point. As of right now, I'm not sure.
All right.
Go ahead, Noah.
All right, very good. That's another analysis for another day, which leaves you, JJ and James, with one last group to discuss.
Super happy for these boys.
All right,
Super happy.
I think AEW could do something unprecedented with these four.
Go for it. There we go.
And I'm just spitballing the versions of the teams here. But you make Trey and Zach AEW tag champs. At the same time, you've got Dez and Myron as the Ring of Honor tag champs. And all four members are holding tag titles within the company.
All four members with gold. Almost reminds me of a Dispute Era, but you're focusing strictly on tag teams and two different tag team dynamics. I like that.
And then the Rascals are dominating both AEW and Ring of Honor.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Make it happen.
Myron Reed's been more of a singles star, of course, on the independent side, former Wrestling Revolver champion. Honestly, I think he's had more success on the independents as a singles guy, part of Young Go with his wife, Killer Kelly. So I do wonder if they go a different road, like a trios dynamic or singles dynamic. Would you be okay if that was a play, possibly?
I'd be okay with it, but looking at these four individuals, and granted, I know the least about Myron, but looking at these four individuals, I cannot see them winning any main roster AEW singles gold.
All righty.
I could see them getting the Ring of Honor television title. I could maybe see the Pure title.
Mm-hmm.
But I could not see the international, the continental, the national, any of those championships, the TNT title.
I was about to say.
I can't see any of these guys with those belts.
Fair shout.
I just can't. So I say you split the four in half and you give two of them the AEW tag titles and two of them the ROH tag titles. And like I said, you've got the ability to do something unprecedented. Because the only other unit that you've had for a minute that you could have done something like that with is the Bang Bang Gang, Bullet Club Gold. but they keep fucking getting injured.
Unfortunately.
Now you've got the conglomeration, you got the Callis family, you've got a few other teams that you could do that with, but most of those teams are made up with single stars shoehorned into tag teams. Proto Shida, anybody?
Pratashida.
I love fucking with Noah with that. I know how it is, and Ryan's probably going to be in the chat room like, it's Pratashida, you prick.
Proto Shida?
But
Don't start with me.
they're single stars
So,
shoehorned into tag teams. These four are a staple. We know Wentz and Dez have history as a tag team, as MSK. We know Wentz and Trey have history as a tag team. You know, I think it makes sense to split them into two separate teams.
Fair enough. James, is there anything you want to add on top of that?
I don't. I'm just happy for them. I'm happy for the Rascals. I'm happy for YDMP. I'm happy to see all these teams like getting a big shot, man. Like I've been watching the Rascals for years. I've been watching, YDMP for a full year. So I'm excited for the both of them. Super happy.
As I said, Trey Miguel, Toledo represent. He's my hometown boy. He's right here from my hometown city. First time I saw Trey Miguel in my arena in singles action was an independent show at a promotion called Chaos Wrestling. When Trey tope suicida into the garbage, I was sitting front row. I had my arena almost fell on my damn lap. So that was a wild experience.
Yeah.
And I've been following these two gentlemen through TNA, for Wrestling Revolver, etc. And of course, Desmond Xavier, and Trey Miguel and Circuit Wentz, when they first arrived in the Impact era, ran by Don Callis and Josh Matthews. I'll remember that time. Golly. But I, of course, remember their feud with the likes of the North and the Moose at one point. I'm extremely happy for all four of these capable individuals together. Honestly, the Rascals have never felt more complete.
And speaking of complete, I heard you guys mention it earlier when you talked about them, and we talked a little bit about it when the news came out during Dynamite. But you've still got Killer Kelly and Priscilla Kelly.
Correct.
The two women of two of the Rascals.
Correct.
That could be a serious boost to AEW's women's division, whether you use them as singles to go after Stat or Willow, or you use them as Kelly to add to the blossoming women's tag division. Yeah. And then you've got all six with respective tag titles. Because you can give Killer and Priscilla the women's tag titles and do what I said with the AEW and the ROH tag titles.
What the hell, man? You're having the Rascals and their misses take over all tag team wrestling.
I kind of like it.
I'm just saying, like, dude, seriously.
Titles and treehouses. Let's go.
Okay.
No, I ain't saying it.
That is a.
You already called me out on it.
That is a fever dream of tag team wrestling supremacy on both gender fronts.
And if that happens, then I know that Walter is going to be in Sacramento trying to apply for a cameraman position.
Oh, here we go.
So Charles can get all the cake shots he can eat on television.
Damn it. There it is. Damn you. Damn you, JJ.
Gosh.
And with the hair color of Killer Kelly and Priscilla Kelly, that would be some red velvet cake.
Yep, that's true.
Look at Ash. Ash is like, touche. That was good.
Hey, I do love me some red velvet cake as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, after dessert, you go into comatose. Speaking of which, we're going to go into comatose after this commercial break when we do our plugs. But first and foremost, thank you, by the way, to the Rank Wrestling JJ Williams and to James for that great wrap-up on, again, the independent talent that has now signed, of course, to the big stages. And we wish them nothing but the best in the next phases of their journeys, whether or not you go your separate ways to the Fed or to AEW or to TNA or to somewhere else, or you stay freelancing like the likes of Burt Vixen across the entire independent scene. When we come back from this final commercial break, we're going to do shows unless you guys stick to the conversation. Yes, I did see Emmanuel Dominguez with a super chat. As the
And don't
conversation
forget a $20 super chat, and Noah will do the fandango.
After this commercial break, the countdown's on for you guys to pay into my wallet and JJ's madness. After Emmanuel $2 super chat is discussed, we get ready to wrap up the shenanigans. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And as always, here at the Super Lava Studios, as you see in that trailer, we truly encompass, embrace, celebrate, engage, pontificate, analyze, criticize, and react, and cover and discuss truly to the wrestling and combat sports and other forms of media, including movies and entertainment and video games as well, too. And get that off the freaking screen.
And that is what the bottom.
And about to say, Tatilla, damn you. And follow Rangers of Wrestling, by the way, folks, even though she's not here. Appreciate her always. Stay tuned for our simple session, potentially Monday night, to be seen on Tuesday morning, courtesy of the Cements brand. Well, welcome back here once again to continue conversation of moderated wrestling madness by me this eve. That is the Saturday Shenanigans. We got a gaggle here. We got a wild 7 as we got Ash, Walter, the Ranking Wrestling JJ Williams, a Hebert, in the dead middle, Whoopi Goldberg Square, if you remember Hollywood Squares, Charles Schultz, and Nicholas Ferrantes. And again, you guys, of course, continue the conversation as always with your super chats. Please let us have a comment and tell a friend. And again, we thank all of you for your patronage, your participation, and tuning in. So let's go ahead and acknowledge one of the MVP, VIPs, whatever you want to call him indeed, the Dominguez as Emmanuel with a $2 super chat. France on Germany chanting AEW. Disrespectful? Fans have a right to express themselves any way they wish, and if they feel betrayed by who they represent, company-wise versus wrestler-wise, at the end of the day, don't censor your audience. Simple as that. Plus, you know, free will. It's a free world. All right.
Was that Raw or SmackDown? Because I missed that. I didn't even know that happened.
Apparently it was Raw, according to the chat. And as somebody that didn't acknowledge, of course, Monday Night Raw, that's news to me. Nick, I see your hand. What do you guys say real quick before we open this to discussion?
I want to ask. You. I don't know if any of you, JD, have you watched back our watch along tonight?
I literally got home and joined the stream, Nick.
Okay, so James, you didn't tell these guys what you said on the call?
What did I say? Oh my god. No.
Guys, James said he might read smut.
Nick, for the last
I'm gonna
time,
cut you off this screen unless you take this seriously. It's your final warning. Do you have something to say towards this or
hold
not?
on. No, I know what he's about to say. Nick, I said privately. Privately. private. It's a private thing. I'll say it off air.
You said yet.
Yes, yet on that. We'll talk
Yeah.
about it off air. Talk about it off air, Nick. For the love of God. It's fucking 3 a.m. and I want to go to bed.
All right. Well, that was absolutely irrelevant. Anyway, it was the whole show, apparently.
What was the whole show?
Chance for AEW in Germany.
Yes.
Noah's right. They got a right to chant whatever they want. They paid the money.
Yeah.
About to say, doesn't matter what foreign Europe.
Maybe that was their way of advocating to AEW to come to Germany.
True that. I mean, we've seen them in Manchester, we've seen them in Wales, we've seen them give something in Wembley, and again, we want to see them get WrestleMania. Instead, Saudi Arabia is getting it first, so hindsight's 2020. Keep exploring the world. Why not? More people want to see more than just the Fed, clearly across the world of professional wrestling, damn it. That being said, thank you for that, Nick, and thank you, James, for your interjections. Why don't you go ahead and add to this conversation if you want, outside the rights of free will?
What on the Germany thing? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And as you said, they have a right to chant whenever they want. Literally limitless wrestling. They were chanting AEW also when what happened. Let them chant. That's what it is. Like, who cares? Like, they chanted AEW at the GCW show tonight. It's no different than that.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, it's a free world at the end of the day. Everyone has a right to express themselves if it doesn't overtake the show. And as far as I'm concerned, if you're muting your audience, that's up to you if you want that much of a controlled and underwhelming environment. Ash, what do you guys say towards that? Imagine AEW fans chanting WWE. Actually, that seems a little bit wordy. GC Dub makes more sense, honestly. I wouldn't mind hearing that because I do think GC Dub and AEW have some similarities. But what do you think?
I echo the same thing. Everyone, it's like even though as annoying as it may be, the crowd paid their money. They get to chant whatever they want. Whether we disagree or agree with them is a whole different story.
Especially with the WWE prices, where they price out families. Let them chant whatever the fuck they want.
You know, I wonder how that converts over in foreign currency exchanges that only get this like once, maybe twice a year, particularly, you know?
Dude, at All Out, we were chanting Cena because Edge did the Cena spots.
And rightfully so, because Edge, of course, was arguably one of John Cena's greatest rivals, if not his first great rival, because 2006 was the rated R year for those two men. I'm forgiving 2006 to one of my favorite shows. Charles, anything you want to add?
Again, it's always going to be like this at every wrestling company and wrestling show. It's always going to be like this. It don't matter what. It matters just AEW or WWE or whatever. People are going to chant whatever they want. Like everyone said.
Exactly. I mean, they're going to chant this more than Kit Wilson. I'll guarantee you that. That being said, JJ, let's go to you, the wisest for last. Excuse me, the most optimistic, I think is the most appropriate word for last. Let's see what you guys say regarding free will and money management. What do you think about Mayo Super Chat?
I do find it slightly disrespectful that people would chant another company's name during the show. I would feel the same way if they were chanting WWE at an AEW show. So it's not just one way and not the other. I feel like it's a different beast when people chant EC Dub, because that's a defunct organization that doesn't exist anymore.
Correct.
And people are reminded of what that company gave us, and they're seeing something that reminds them of that.
Correct.
I do find it to be slightly disrespectful. However, I do agree that fans buy a ticket to a show, they are allowed to chant whatever they want. You know, freedom of speech. I'm a big supporter of that, always have been. But I do find it slightly disrespectful.
Fair enough. But also, again, international audience who rarely ever gets exposed to professional wrestling.
Especially if it was the entire show. If it was one match or one segment, that would be one thing.
It was the entire show.
They were doing it the entire show. That's
excessive. Let's just call it.
You know, if y'all want
Excessive. Let's just call it.
You know, if y'all want to chant AEW that bad, go to an AEW show. And
we're chanting
I get
AEW.
it's Germany. I get it's Germany, but London's not that far. You know, to go to Wembley. Y'all are going to have All In this year.
Yeah. All right, Nick, go ahead after you interjected on J-Day, but JJ finished his point. What you guys say?
No, I'm saying they actually chanted AEW. They weren't chanting anything else, and then people thought it was AEW.
Depends on your hearing, I guess. I mean, again, the jury is out whether or not WWE actually allows their audience to speak, or they still heavily censor them.
I forgot Raw was like 2 in the afternoon, so I watched the kind of the replay of it. They might have edited it out because I didn't notice that, so I don't know.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case as well. All right, fair enough. But to JJ's point as well, there's a certain discretion that's expected by the audience in anything you go to. So I do believe there should be some sense of self-control at even an international wrestling show. Whether or not you agree with company policies or politics, if you actually keep up with that shit and try to be your own reporter, is entirely your own prerogative. But to JJ's point, Wembley Stadium this year is once again hosting AEW All In. So the entire nation of Europe has a great professional wrestling event ahead coming to them, amongst others.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm WWE and I'm going to Germany to run a show, and that's the way my company and my talent is being treated, it's probably going to be a long time before I come back to Germany.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and then when the German fans want to be like, oh, we never get WWE. Do you remember the way you treated them the last time?
Ding, ding. It's not necessarily pettiness. It's just business. Dig what he's saying, man? All right.
I'm just saying, I got to think about those things.
You do. At the end of the day, there is a sense of, I would say, decency expected by a live wrestling attendance, even internationally. Just saying. Okay. With that being said, thank you, Emmanuel, for that super chat. There are no further super chats. By the time we are through with our shows, then we will bid you all a fine farewell on another rousing session that was the Saturday Shenanigans. As I thank you all once again for being part of the conversation, whether on screen or virtually here on YouTube or any of the feeds here. Again, if you haven't already, follow all the channels you are about to hear in and out of YouTube. Follow the G7 Collective. And again, shout out to Ed in San Antonio. Follow him on the X and get your tickets secured for the G7 Collective, particularly Florida Mania in Las Vegas during WrestleMania week as part of our watch-along coverage. Let's go ahead and do some shows and try to get the F out of here before 3:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. James, you're a tired, full-on editorial man. Why don't you go ahead and kick things off? Glad to have you back.
Yes, and I will be leaving in the minute I do my plugs because I need some goddamn sleep. You guys can find me on the YouTube, Instagram, and X at JHibitSide95 and on Facebook, JCMahibit. I do really cool and dumb things on the internet. Go check out my uncle's documentary, parts 1 and 2. Parts 3 and 4 actually going to be releasing at some point this week or next. My uncle actually... prayers if you can by everybody involved here, just got out of his second major heart surgery. So it was a success, but he is now currently healing. So just pray that he heals well and that he will send over the part 2 corrections because I need to re-upload that with the new footage. So yeah, please pray for him if you can. But yeah, go check out the documentaries as they are right now. So go check them out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sounds good, James. And I should be seeing you and Ryan for GCW today.
Awesome. Okay, we're gonna make that a 3-man booth then. Let's keep it in a 3-man booth. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, Nick, to boot you, but I'm gonna actually be available, so I'm taking the 3rd spot.
Interchange.
Alrighty. Boy, guys.
Good night, James. Thank you once
Hey,
again. We'll
James.
see you next time on the Shenanigans. Again, stay tuned, folks. James, JJ, and the WrestleFish Ryan will be on the call for this upcoming GCW show, Crime Wave, and expect Prediction League updates later on this upcoming week. As always, for those that are part of the GCW League for the first time ever, courtesy of the Super Reliable Studios. Thank you again, James. Goodbye and good night.
Good night,
That
brother.
being said, Charles, always a pleasure. You usually are never more about Avatar Man, but we appreciate you being part of the conversation. Seems like you're more often on here when I'm moderating for whatever reason. But again, you truly are one of the family. Go ahead and plug where people can find you. JJ, where can you grab me? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle outside of Manhole.
Oh my god. Okay. I'll let her take the Turtle Brown thing than that. But you can follow me on X on that Doodle Randall.
Yeah, there you go. And again, folks, that is Doodle Crandall. Simple as that on the X. All right. Thank you very much for that. As Nick keeps trying to always bring a certain order to the conversation, whether it's a recipe for disaster or a 5-star meal, I appreciate his inquisitive mind. He's more of an inquirer than most editorial writers that I know of. And again, shout out to Mrs. Ferrantes. Always appreciate the duo. Nick, if you dare to choose, go ahead and plug where people can follow you.
Y'all can find me. I don't even know my X account. But y'all can find me there. But that's where you can find me. And then JJ's on the call tomorrow, so yeah, I won't be. Well, I'll probably be in the chat.
Yeah, about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all see me on Wednesday though. Hopefully we can make it a Menage 5.
Wait,
again.
Wednesday. Oh, you think we're covering, dude? We've covered every special Dynamite since Thanksgiving. To JJ's point, this is a normal Dynamite. It is not officially being covered.
Ah, God damn it! All right. Well, then you know what? Y'all find me when you find me.
There you go. Take care of the misses and take care of your dishes. How about that? Always appreciate it.
That was a good one.
I try once in the blue moon. It happens. Again, from one half of the Canadian connection to the other, such as A is not complete without W. Neither is Nick without Ash. Ash, always appreciate you. Cheers to you, my friend. Let's go ahead and plug your Batty Nation and where the people can find you.
You can find me on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, and you can subscribe to my YouTube channel at Batty for Wrestling.
Don't be a dickhead. Again, you could also find her brief summary, simply Batty, of course, on the X at Shoutout Bat Ash for her notes on Wrestle Kingdom 20. Further notes are to come regarding New Year's Dash. And of course, we are going to imply more New Japan Pro Wrestling previews and coverage in and out, particularly of the Batty for Wrestling YouTube channel, Cements brand, as the pioneer senior on Japanese pro wrestling fans. And hopefully we'll add more stuff, including not limited to Stardom and other promotions as well from the Joshi circuit, particularly too. All right. Thank you very much, Ash. JJ, again, somehow you keep on bringing me forward into this moderator seat, and somehow it always turns into another fun party. Always happy to help you, my friend. But again, this is your bread and butter. Let's go ahead and plug and promote what you are bringing forward and what else is to follow here at the Super Reliable Studios. You're sharing a window. What we got here real quick? Oh, look at that. A little bit of a implied there. Go ahead, talk about it.
I was going to say it's not showing up that good, so give me a second. I'll upload it into the actual thing here.
Yeah, because I
so
mean,
it
I
can
can read
pop
it, but
up and
yeah.
be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the meantime, I know that this will be full screen. Go ahead and plug the storm that right now is calmer than a quiet day on the beach on a perfect summer's day.
Hush. You can find me on Instagram at the Renegade JJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. You can find me on X at ROWJJ Williams and Casa D18 Studio. No S at the end of the X account. That's where you'll find me participating in most of the spaces. And then, of course, follow the Simply Reliable Studios on the X at SR Studios 2024. I've been trying to be active in some spaces on that account as well to try to bring viewers and followers and whatnot. And then there it is.
There we go.
All blown up. Ren Sinclair liked my reply to WWE Shop.
Nice.
We, the fans, demand RenQCC, RenXT, and T-RenA t-shirts. This is marketing gold. Get on it.
Well, you can only hope that WWE actually listens to the fans and not think they're idiots and actually follows up with your advice, because even I can endorse that, because Gwen St. Clair is a very promising talent that definitely owns her moment and deserves a little bit of credit to what she gives. And we all know merchandise pays for superstars as well.
This girl has been in the company for what, like 2 years now at least?
Correct.
And I don't think she has had merchandise yet.
Nope.
I'm not even sure she's gotten an action figure yet.
Nope.
So, like, dude, that's just marketing gold. Seriously, RenXT,
yep,
T-RenA, and then obviously RenQCC. Like, easy money right there. Seriously.
I mean,
And the fact that she saw it and liked it.
Respect.
Seriously.
Well,
What?
I mean, again, if WWE is smart enough to follow business logic, then maybe it could happen. But then again, do they actually listen to the fans? The jury is out. All right. Well, thank you very much for that, JJ. And again, we all respect Winston Clare, and also in the hot mess we trust, my true leader of America. That being said, Walter, always reliable, but I know you're very tired. Let's go ahead and plug your stuff. And if you want to further talk about the UFC before we leave, feel free to do that too. But go ahead and tell where the people can find you.
All right. You can find me on Instagram at WalterCruz.940. Then you can follow me on this.
It's Saturday night.
Rage of Wrestling the YouTube. You can follow me on X.
Fuck.
At the Walter 40. And then you can follow me at Walter. And that's what TNA did during the MMC broadcast. Just every other word was a commercial.
God damn it.
Fuck you, Walter! You freaking...
Look, I should be the one saying that. I got it roughly 15 times.
Oh my gosh! He did that for a reason! That's why you wanted me last! You son of a bitch!
Oh, Walter, you're a genius, but also you're a
My guts! My guts! My wrists hurt from laughter! And my voice is gone from calling Genesis!
So between this and the French episode of Shenanigans, no has been more broken by Walter than anything in between.
It's a friggin' gamer score, 50 gamer score achievement. God damn it. Oh, Lord, forgive me. Oh, my wrists. Okay, well, thank you very much, Walter. We'll see you for AW Collision Retro Call. Again, folks, that's... Oh, God. Really? Damn it. 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This coming Sunday, AW Collision.
What's the matter, Noah?
Fuck off, JJ. Maximum Carnage.
What's wrong, Noah?
I'm fucking fine. I can't breathe right now.
Are you?
Yes, I'm.
I don't know about that.
Exactly. I agree.
Shut the fuck up, all you.
Oh my God. No.
No.
Well, I had to bring out the French episode.
Yeah, I had to bring it up. Yeah, you had to bring it up. Damn it!
There it is.
Oh my God! I'm gonna hit the button here just cause right in a moment. I swear to God. Hey, guys,
we went back there again.
Anyway, again, thank you, Walter Cruz. Get it, God, bueno, tune in wherever it's approved. Again, folks, stay tuned for our coverage, retro style. AEW Collision Maximum Carnage, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today if you're on the East Coast, and shortly you'll be on Sunday on the West Coast. It'll be me, Walter, and I believe Ash if she's available. That's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay tuned for more on that. Got the fucking hiccups now.
We are after midnight on the West Coast, so it is Sunday now.
All right, good. So everyone's on Sunday now. Good deal. Boy. Again, follow Attila, our Mighty Morphin Pink Power Ranger here. Rangers of Wrestling on YouTube. Her and our Yellow Ranger, Ash, Bag for Wrestling. They soon will be starting a Pop Culture Podcast here very soon. Stay tuned for more on that. Follow her as Wrestling Time. Stay tuned, of course, for me and her on the next Simple Session. And whenever she covers TNA Wrestling, she doesn't work Tuesdays, those folks, but she still works, as far as I know, with Body Slam. Again, right now she's powered down, but we appreciate her as always. Thank you again, Emmanuel, for the super chat. Please follow both the Dominguez as you see on the social medias. Of course, I'm sure you'll see more of Arlene and Emmanuel in the near future on Sleep Addicting, of course, as the calendar year continues for all things wrestling. And again, I'm barely social, but if you want to find me and Foster1916 on the X and on YouTube, where I moderate, engage, and freaking deal with this madness on a weekly basis here on the Shenanigans, Watch Along, Sleep Addicting, and everything else and everything more here for wrestling, because I truly have nothing more but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! Reminding you and encouraging there are no winners, no losers, no betters, just fans with opinions with this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families, no matter how much they drive you batty and insane in the membrane and everything else in between.
Batty. See the bad signal? Batty.
Follow that. Yeah, follow that. That's why I did that. Subliminal messaging. Don't be a dickhead. Follow Back for Wrestling. And again, just enjoy life, enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that. And no, do not believe in that. And again, and Foster1916, if you want to try and find me, just be part of Predictions Sleeve and nothing else. Because again, I don't really interact with people. I try my best to keep to myself. But with that being said, thank you so much once again for tuning in. Always until you know we always got you. We always, of course, have you here in the Sublime Studios family. And again, see you Monday. Again, folks, thank you all so much for tuning in to another rousing edition of the Saturday Shenanigans. That will be its own highlight reel if you watch this back with 15 commercial breaks. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bells, videos live on demand here on the YouTube channels or here on the Sublime Studios X. Hit the subscribe button. Follow Sublime Studios X account on, of course, Twitter. Again, the conversation, the reactions, the madness, the passion for this business, and the outlooks are not going to let up anytime soon. I fucking assure you. And again, shout out to our friends in GCW Collective. And again, please follow Ed in San Antonio on the X and get your tickets now for the GCW Collective and the Podia Mania show that will be during WrestleMania weekend in Las Vegas. Further details on the come for upcoming talent, match card, of course, other attractions, and so much more as we bring you an empowering all-women showcase of professional wrestling. Damn it. But again, I'm ready to go to bed. I have church in the morning. And, of course, we are going to be back here for more wrestling coverage in the afternoon with GCW and AEW for your Sunday. So, again, until next time, thank you all once more. For Ash, for Nick, for Walter, for James, for Charles, for the regulars of J.D. Williams, for Emmanuel Dominguez and his super chat, for all of you who endure this madness or encourage it as well. I thank you all once again for tuning in. But until next time, we are on your feed or in and out of YouTube on your screen. Make a positive bet in life and have a good night. And thank you once again for tuning in to another rousing edition of the Saturday Shenanigans. Have a good night. Bullshit. Have a good night, folks. We'll see you in a few hours, of course, for GCW and AEW coverage at the Simple Reliable Studios, who looks to be your one-stop spot for professional wrestling coverage. Have a good night. Walter, you fucking idiots. God damn, my ribs hurt from laughing. I'm not supposed to be this emotional.